Oh, where's the chat? Chat. There's the chat right here. Okay, now let me see that we are actually live, because sometimes we are not live. Sometimes there's problems. Okay, there we go. Pick is up. They crashed out after Trump wins everything. Oh, Nux, man. Audio is super low. Yeah. Turn on the Unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know what was the volume. Anyways, to your channel. Learning Python. Okay, we're good. We are good. I guess I can the volume. I think it's because the mic is a bit further away than usual. I'll just bring it up a bit closer, maybe. Maybe this way is better. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe like this. Maybe it's I think my filters are a bit fucked. Maybe I need more gain. Let's see. What if I do gain 20 instead of 10? How is that? Getting too close to the red. So let's do gain 15 maybe. Something like that. Yeah. Okay, we're in the yellow most of the time. Bam! Nah, I don't know. Kinda jumps to the red right there. Not a fan. Not a fan. Alright, let's do that. I guess it's fine, whatever. We'll do gain 10. Okay, barely ever getting to red. I don't know, we'll see. Anyways, put this over here. Where did I put the chat? Put the chat over here, I guess. We'll do this way, take this away. Like so, and then error. There you put this here. You better not give me errors about my WSL. Thank you. Alright, see this. Okay, I'm going to build a simple video game based on the classic asteroids. If you've never played before, you can take a look at this. Learning goals. Introduce you to multi-file Python projects, show you a real-world use case for object-oriented programming. Have a ton of fun. Goal is not to teach game development or the math required for physics simulation. As a result, there are some places where you will simply copy-paste code that we wrote for you. Don't worry about trying to understand every detail. If it's not interesting to you, you will be asked to write the parts that matter most. Get started. Make sure you have the Boot.Dev CLI installed. Run, submit, CLI tests, ensure. Should have them. Expect code. Boot.Dev CLI is ready. Yep. Version 3. Expecting Python 3. We are ready to go. Yay! Success. Did I accepted the chest, didn't I? Daily chest? Yes, I did. Yes, I did, man. Weird that you don't see the chest here, but okay. Next. I can probably do this a bit. Yeah. Okay. Using Pygame and a virtual environment to build a game. Pygame is a module for developing games using Python. Provides simple functions and methods for us to easily draw images within a GUI window and handle user input. Graphical user interface, right? That's what a GUI is. This. Move some windows around real quick. That here. There we go. As a best practice, each Python project on your machine should have its own virtual environment to keep them isolated from each other. Virtual environments are Python's way to keep dependencies, each Pygame module, separate from other. Create a directory and Git repository for this project somewhere on your computer. Oh man, now I need to remember how to do the Git thing. Create a virtual environment at the top level of your project. Okay, so what did I have it as? CD work, GitHub. Yeah, I'll do it like that. McDeer. Asteroids, right? That was called. The Pygame. Pygame first, and then McDeer. Oh. Just do McDeer. Asteroid. Okay, LSD3. Was that how it is? No, double. The Pygame asteroid. Okay, cool. CD Pygame. Right. Okay, virtual environment at the top level of your project directory. So do 3m then not found command sudo apt stop. Manually set the manually installed your upgrade new installed yada is already the newest version. So what is going on? You mean? Oh, dude, I fucking mistyped this. Fucking. Why is there no autocorrect here, huh? Failed command. I guess sudo 3 and then nope. Command was not created successfully because ensure pip is not available on Debian Ubuntu systems. You need to install the Python 3 van package. Okay, so and maybe it will give me, I don't know, install Python 3.12 then. Could not open log file, open the permission. Great. To the app install Python 3.12. Yes. Lord. Gonna be a lot of typing today. Let's clear this. Alright. Python 3 and then done. Okay. With the virtual source and make sure that's not correct. Yo, we both studying. Then okay, so we started Venv, I guess. Let's see Venv at the beginning. Studying for the sales. And then beginning of the terminal prompt. Okay. Create a file called requirements.txt in the top level of your project directory, the following contents. Touch requirements.txt and then Pygame equals 2.6 and get Right. Okay. We'll do it like this. Pygame. Get requirements. Alright, cool. Got it. That's Python. Why didn't touch work though? Touch 1.txt 2, 3. Get 1.txt. Hmm. Oh, I need to do it the other way. Idiot. Okay, so I need to do echo 1 to 3. Put that into 1 to 3.txt. That's how it is. And cat 1 to 3. Okay, yeah, that's how it was. Okay. Did you do the CS50 courses? Odin Project is the website I used before. I heard about Odin Project. I heard problems with Odin Project because everyone did Odin Project. It it teaches you, and that's cool. But the problem with Odin Project is that everyone will has Odin Project in like their history. Like that was like the main critique people had. That's like Odin Project is good overall. The problem is you will basically just have the same project that everyone else has. So it's like it will not even amount to anything, and most of the project is kind of like you can copy paste it kind of thing. What I like about the Boot.Dev is that they have an AI bot that helps you out, like guides you into the right direction. It doesn't really give you answers, so it's more of a learning environment kind of thing. I think they're both good though. I just decided to do this. I did the CS50 courses. I got up to lesson 3. The problem is they are so basic that it's like it was just like I wasn't really learning anything. It was kind of like just rehashing the most basic thing of like computer sciences. Like you're not, and also like even if you're looking at the lectures, you don't. It's like you didn't learn anything. I remember when I went to university, you didn't learn anything going to class. You learned everything from doing the assignments after class. It's like the class gives you like the basic understanding, but then it's like you have to do the practice. The problem is with doing what are you working on at the moment? One sec, let me answer the first one. The problem is that it's like I can do the CS50. They're very hard to sit through. I like the instructor there is fucking great in my opinion. I was like literally just doing cardio and I was just listening to the lectures. He's really good. He makes it a lot more interesting and like stuff like that, but it's very basic. And the problem with that is, and like it's same as like trying to learn math in a lecture. You don't learn math in a lecture. You learn, the maybe a concept, you learn a formula, whatever, but then you have to do the formula all the time a lot, right? And I feel like that is the problem with like trying to like do like CS50 online. It's like, but you don't have the textbook to like go through the problems. You don't have like real like problems to solve with the knowledge, right? And if you can't apply the knowledge, then it's like you're gonna forget it. So that's kind of how I felt doing the CS50. So I was like, yeah, fuck it, whatever. I like it's not the same, right? Did you do the assignments of what of CS50 with what textbook? Yeah, it's like yeah, they gave you like the most basic ones. Yeah, I don't know. It just wasn't. It wasn't like I wasn't learning anything. And again, like I said, most of it was like super fucking basic. In the CS50, it's a great intro if you don't know any on YouTube or use their website. I watched the video and I went to the links that they provided, but yeah, there wasn't really much to like do. Yo, Alicia, what's up? Good, good. Now you just watch the lecture. It comes with assignments. It comes with assignments. The assignments are like very basic. You don't really like I don't know how to explain to you. It's like a copy paste assignment kind of thing. I just followed. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just have like multiple chat here. You can't see it. Thank you for the follow, Alicia. Um, but yeah, again, like it was very basic. I really love your stream. No, you don't. You just came here. You just came. No, you don't. Yeah. It again, CS50 is very very basic. Let's just say it like that. Like it's if you have no knowledge, it's great. If you have a basic understanding of like programming, like it's really like nothing. You like CS50 is like, dude, if you have to teach binary for like a whole lecture, a 2-hour lecture, you have to teach binary. This is how basic it is. You know, like it's just like, what am I gonna like? I wasn't learning anything. It was kind of like reiterating stuff I already knew. So yeah. And I can see you're new to stream. I am, and I am not interested in increasing the whatever. I'm not paying for my stream until the stream makes money. Okay? And it's not gonna make money. Where are you streaming? On Kick right now. Kick.com /Framinthor. Kick is the best place to monetize a stream. Like, it's not even close. It's so much better. And I don't have doesn't show you on Twitch. Yeah, I'm on Kick. Yeah. I appreciate your effort, Alessia. Good luck to you with finding clients, but honestly, I'm just not interested in like any graphical overhauls for the stream, like at all. If people can't watch the stream for me, there's no point putting anything on it, really. I'm a very minimalistic person. Maybe like later on I'll do like icons and stuff like that, but like, nowhere in the near future likely. Okay, where were we? Activate the virtual. Okay, you should see Vend. Okay, create a file called requirements. We did. Pip install. Pip install -r requirements.txt. This will result in an error. The text expected an exit code of 1. Oh, didn't give me an error. Did not give me an error, bro. Oh, okay, this gave me an error. This did give me an error. Okay, so this hello from payment. Yep, okay, so we're good. Pew! Yay! Reach level 40, bro. Go! Alright, Pygame. Now that we have Pygame installed, let's do this. Now we have Pygame installed, let's write just a bit of boilerplate code so that we have a runnable program to build on. Create a new file called main.py. The first line, import this main.py, nano main.py, copy this, import Pygame. A main function that simply prints starting asteroids. Use this exact text at this statement at the end of the file. Really, just like that. Huh? Oh, because it is Python thing. Yeah, okay. Python file, so it reads Python. Ensures the main function is only called when this file is run directly. Won't run if it's imported as a module. It is considered the Pythonic way to structure an executable program in Python. Technically, the program will work fine by just calling main. But you might get an angry letter from Guido van Rossum if you don't. Is this the guy who invented it? Python, okay. Run it with Python. Okay. Name main is not defined. Did you mean min? No. Main.py nano import Pygame. A main function simply prints starting asteroid. Statement while mean, C, but I feel like that's not. Oh yeah, never mind, it worked. Why did mine not work then? Python 3 Pygame, hello from the Pygame, trace backer file home, good update, master is meant file 7 in module. Okay. How is this? Next standout, command standout Pygame. I feel like I'm gonna get next now. Yep, that's what I thought. I don't know. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? If name equals main, import Pygame. This allows us to use code from the open source. Import Pygame. Python 3 line 7. Unexpected indent. Okay, well, at least it understands that the indent is wrong. So what do we? Great, my cat leave now. Cat wants to leave. Give me a sec. Never mind. She didn't want to leave. She just had a bad dream, apparently. Okay, so love from Pygame community. Okay. Yo, Boots, help me out here. Do this. What is the problem? Yeah, it seems you're calling main on line 6, but the main function itself hasn't been defined yet. Remember step 3 of the assignment, write the main function, simply prints. Oh, dude. Write a main function that simply prints. Goddamn. We need no. Obviously, yeah. Let's define main. Print. Starting steroids. What you mean? There it is. Maybe I should not skip steps and just start marking them that I did them. Then I won't lose armor and shit, you know? Alright. Okay. this should work now. Hey, success! Look at that. Modules would be a massive pain if we had to fit all of our code into a single file. That would be a massive pain. In Python, each.py file is a module, and we can import functions, variables, and classes from one module into another with the import statement. The name of a module is the file name without .py extension. Okay. Import connect database function and the database version variable from database.py into the current file. From database import connected data version in the file name. Want to import everything from modules, you can use the star. However, it's generally recommended to avoid wildcard imports as they make your code harder to read and debug. You can read more about this. Okay. Constants. These often have a lot of magic numbers to represent things like player speed, item cost, and attack damage. Numbers, yeah, okay. Just numbers, man. We will use this file as a place to store those kind of constant values. Create a new file in the project on constants. Okay. Constants. Same folder as main.py and paste this in. Okay. Import everything from constant.py file into main.py. So then main, and then we go to the top. We do import constants.py. I think I just do constants, right? Print out the screen wide and screen height values when main.py is run. Then we do print screen width, screen height. Okay. Width and by. That should be there. That should be there. Did I mistype it? No. I'm going to assume I need to do .py that. I feel like that's correct though. Yeah. No module name constant pi. Okay, cool. So yeah. Let's write this is not pi. Screen width. Screen height. The following format. The greeting from import my game that I was following. That's gonna work still. What am I? Do I need to do dot constant? That's how it is. From the for database import. Okay, so from however it's generally recommended to avoid wildcards. So from database import connect database. In Python, each.py file is a module, and we can import functions, variables, and classes from one module to another with the import statement, the name of the module in the file name. Oh. So I need to import from constant import screen width, screen height. Okay, but what we need to do, we need to have it like this. Okay, so change this to do I do an F function? I think I am. Screen width. Okay. Let me do here. Screen type. I don't know why I find it more comfortable. Not comfortable, but like cleaner to type this in like the command prompt than I find it in like VS Code for some reason. I don't know what it is. Alright, let's run it. Screen width 1280, screen height 720. Alright, cool. Now we can probably submit. Okay, and okay, boom. Success! Achievement earned. Role disciple. Oh shit, we're moving up in the world here. We're a disciple now. Video games generally built using a game loop. The simplest game loop has 3 steps. Check for player inputs, update the game world, draw the game to the screen. To create a good user experience, these 3 steps need to happen many times per second. Import Pygame at the top of your main.py file. The Pygame documentation will be super useful throughout the project. Okay, we already did that. Would not be able to be here if we didn't. Okay. Pygame done. Okay. Initialize Pygame at the beginning of your main function. Take a look at the docs for the syntax. Initialize Pygame at the beginning of your Pygame.init. Initialize all imported Pygame modules. Okay. Where do I put that? Ensure our put it here then. Pygame.init. I don't know, man. I don't know. You usually should give me something now. Top level Pygame package. Where do I put it? Init. Give me an example. Pygame.init. Numpage now fails. Initialize all imported Pygame modules. Pull Tuesday. Pull tomorrow. We can do pull Tuesday too. Yeah. Bloody, I thought you were studying. Why are you going to TCS World? This guy already not studying. All imported Pygame module. Moving boxes the whole day after that. Ooh, yeah. That's fun. Only rise if module fails, but the total number of successful tabs are want to search example. Give me that. Okay, so config, yeah, pygame.init clock equals pygame.if. Okay, so I put it here. Okay. Alright, just do like that. Okay, I'll leave it like that. If I have an error, I'll have an error. Ensure our predefined constants, const.py, are imported as the top of the file. Yep. At the beginning of your main function. Oh, so this is part of the main function. Okay. Part of the main function. So how's the Control K? Yeah. Find main. Init pygame.net. In it to win it. Yeah. Because this is a small project and we don't risk conflicting import files, we're going to use a wildcard import for convenience. In a larger project, you'd want import only the constants you need. Okay, so we're going to change this import to wildcard. Yes, save, but don't quit. We'll wait for that. Click Ctrl X. Okay, to get new GUI. Okay, so now use pygames display.set mode to get new GUI. Screen equals pygame display set mode screen. Screen equals pygame.display set mode and width screen height. Create the game loop for now. We'll only worry about step 3, drawing the game onto the screen. Use an infinite while loop for the game loop. Use an infinite while loop for the game loop. At each iteration, it should use the screen's fill method to fill the screen with a solid black color. Use pygame's display flip method to refresh the screen. Sure to call this last. It's a good idea to run and test your game frequently as you write code to make sure it's working as expected. If you're on a Mac, wait until step 8 before doing this. Okay, so supposedly this... No, I'm pretty sure I need to read this, right? Give me an example of how this works. While loop enables you to execute a block of code repeatedly as long as a given condition remains true, unlike for loops, which iterate a known number of times. While by the end of this tutorial, you'll understand that yada. Getting started. For loops, while loops are commonly used to iterate a known number. While condition body. So doing a while loop, each iteration should use the screen's fill method. Fill the screen with a solid black color. Okay, so we're doing while. So doing while what though? Should use for the game loop at each iteration. The game loop for now. We'll only worry about step 3, drawing the game onto the screen. Just while created again for now. We'll only worry about step 3, drawing the game onto the screen. How am I supposed to while loop here though? While the import is on? I don't know. While from we'll try it. Constants import this. Use the screen's fill method to fill the screen with a solid black color. fill the surface. Or give me an example. Define init self size. do I type in black though? Use the screen's fill method to fill the screen with a solid black color. Use Pygmy's display flip method to refresh the screen. Be sure to call this last. How do I use the fill though? Fill the surface with a solid color. If no, fill color rect none special flag 0 rect. Fill the surface with a solid color. If no rect argument is given, the entire surface will be filled. The rect argument will limit no rect. Okay, so specific area. This will also the color argument can be either RGB sequence or RGBA sequence or a map color index. Using RGBA, the alpha A part of RGBA is ignored unless the surface is new in this, new in that. Okay, give me an example. Color equals stop. Pygame.surface.fill. 000 would be black, right? I need black. So I guess we have to define maybe on init self size. Then we do self.size. I don't even think that does it even matter. I don't even think we need to define this, honestly. I think we can just fill. Define fill, or can I just fill? This isn't fill automatically defined by the fact that we imported Pygame. I feel like it should be, right? Surface is definitely not defined though. Pygame surface fill. Color equals DP. I don't care about that. How do I do window 000? Know what window is? Window.get rect point. I feel like I'm definitely overcomplicating it and shouldn't be like something crazy. Oh, TOP, color equals TOP. Base screen. Game that won't screen itself. Like I need to like use a code before I can understand how it works. I can't just like read a code out of like fucking thin air and be like, oh, okay, I see what this does. Like I don't know what's like is window, like where is it? Like here, is window predefined like Pygame is? Because like window here is not defined at all. Right? So it's like what's defined, what isn't. Pygame is obviously predefined, right? So we import Pygame. Is window something that is predefined within Pygame? Right? These are clearly not sky surface, sky rect, like these are not predefined, right? Window seems like it is. Right? Fill should be predefined, so it's like here there's a defined fill. Pygame.surface. Surface is surface predefined? I don't know. Right. What is TUP? I don't know. And the screen is used. Game.all screens name equals self. That doesn't help me. Define fill. I know, man. Define fill self. This is like where I get the most confused with coding, is like I just don't understand what is defined, what isn't defined, what Pygame.surface. I'm fairly certain this is not predefined. color equals top, which doesn't tell me anything. But sure. Okay, while from constants. Yeah, that's what I thought. Would not. The while function, again, never used it. Not sure what you want me, how you want me to use it at all. So this is where like my head breaks with coding. Like I don't know the. It's like it's one thing to read the language, it's another thing to write the language. It's like I know what I want to do. How do I put it into code? Fuck do I know? Like maybe just while constants import. Like I you know, I just don't know how this code works. Yeah, that's what I thought. You know, like shocking. Like while what works, you know? Okay. While we are doing what thing? Initialize bugging at the beginning of your main function. We did. Function, take a look at the docs for the syntax. Okay. Ensure our predefined constants are imported at the top of your file. They are. Because this is a smaller project. Yeah. Use pygmies display.set mode. Get a new GUI window. Okay, so this one we didn't do. This one I didn't do. Okay. And so this would be initialize the window, screen display. Okay. Oh no, we did do this. Yeah. Okay. This size actually goes on top. Okay. A bit cleaner here. Okay. Create a game, the game loop. For now, we'll only worry about step 3, drawing the game onto the screen. Isn't that step 4? Use an infinite while loop for the game loop. At each iteration, it should I don't know what you want to do with the while, man. Do not know what you want to do with while. Like, what am I? Yeah, I understand how it works. I just don't know what my condition is. While condition body. Sure, what is the condition? While pygame dot init, like, what is my condition, bro? While main. While continue, like, no, that's not it. I don't know what the for event in pygame.event.get if event type. Okay. Alright. You should see a black window. Close the game and kill the program. Control-C in the terminal. Add the following code to the beginning of each iteration. Okay, so we do a while and then we do a for loop. Okay, this will check if the user has closed the window and exit the game. Event, pycache, these files. I'm not done with this step at all. What condition am I putting in the while loop? The heart of the game loop. The lesson mentioned using an infinite while loop. What condition would you use in a while loop to make it run forever? Think about what value is always true. I know, well, 1 equals 1. Well, 1 equals 1. That's a very interesting thought. You're on the right track thinking about something that is always true in many programming languages, including Python. How do we express that two things are equal when we are checking a condition rather than assigning a value? While true. While true. Then my impress, you've hit the nail on the head. So while true, dude, really? That's a thing? Okay. While true is indeed the way to create an infinite loop in Python, true is always while true. So the loop will continue to run definitely. Now that you have the loop structure, what's the next step? Okay, so, all right. And sometimes you're like, man, this is like, how did I not figure this out? This is so simple, but it's like, yeah, I don't understand this language. Like, how much do like, I need to dumb down certain sentences to like, to make it more. Like, it's so weird. Okay, so who's doing the loop? Use the screen's fill method to fill the screen with a solid black. Okay, so again, we go to fill and give me an example of fill. While true, what do I need to do here? 0, 0, 0 maybe? Like, or was this the 0, 0 thing? While true, while true, while true, while true. Pygame dot surface dot fill screen 0, 0, 0. Yes, we use display flip method to refresh the screen. Should call it last. Give me pygame dot display dot flip. Okay, and then we need a for loop. It's a good idea to run and test your game frequently as you write code to make sure it's working as intended. Okay, let's get my error out of the way. Oh, never mind. Something is working, and it is black. And I need to control C that shit, I guess. Yep. Okay, we got something. Something is happening. This is if you're on a Mac, yeah, you should see a black window open and stay open. Close the game and kill the program control C in the terminal. Add the following code to the beginning of each iteration of the loop. Okay, where am I? Here. For event in pygame.event.get. If event type equals pygame dot quit return. So if the user has closed the window and exit the game loop, if they do, it will make the Windows close button work. Create a git.ignore file and add the following. Okay, so do this, then do nano.git ignore and do that. These files can be regenerated so they don't need to be tracked. Make a git commit. Oh god, now I need to remember how to do that. Need to add and then commit progress whenever you get something new working with the window painting black, closing properly. You're ready to move on to the next step. Git status. Not a Git repository or any other parent. How do you do this again? This is the problem. Oh god, it's like I'm barely learning one language. I need to remember the other one. How do I create a Git repository again? Is it git add? My Git repository near the parents directories.git. How do I? Oh god. Alright, setup. I think that's that. CLI, rather submit. Okay, install Git. No. Command syntax. Command required. McDear. Okay. Best parts. Man Git. Quit. One line down. Half term. Next search term. Okay, need that. Git status, add commit, push, pull, log, Git apply. Remember what they do, we'll cover them in detail soon. Some examples: plumbing, Git hash object, Git commit tree. Configure Git to contain your information whenever code changes. Git tracks who made the change. Okay, Git config. Oh, yes, that's where we start. Git config. Git. No, add. Git config. Add. Global. User dot. I feel like it should already do that, no? I should. How do I? Get all, right? Git config, get all. Git config, get all. Git config. Get. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. Action, get all, get URL, place, add, onset, list all. Okay, git config L. Okay. I should be already a user. Do I need to like log in as the user? Oh yeah, there was the thing, no? Where's the contract stage commit, git status, git is git user? Potential helper, blah blah blah. Vault branch main, email. Where's the user thing? Action. No, that's not. Let's switch. Just git switch. Git help. Add, remove, restore, clone, init, district, div, grep, show status, working tree status, which we don't have any working tree status. Merge, commit, reset, switch branches. Yeah, so it should be on main, right? Git switch main, or any of the parent directories, not a Git repository. Okay, so need to add, I guess. Add file contents. Command required, git directory. Create a new directory in your terminal, you would set them. Okay, one of the best parts of using Git is that all your documentation is fantastic, yada yada yada. Look at the official, git status, git add, git commit. Flag, commit tree, git hash object. I feel like I need to hash it, no? Git config. Okay, we got this, got that. So we don't need this. We're using master for now. Is the file that stores your global Git configuration. View it. And this config. GitHub, blah blah blah. Okay. Okay. Expecting execute. I should be on master now, am I not? It cancel. Very first step in the project is to create. There we go. Create a repository. Yes. All right. What am I supposed to do? Once inside, create a new Git repository. Empty Git repository in this, that. Okay. Cool. Git add. I want to add Git add. Okay, I want to add everything. So I think I want to add everything. I'm not even sure. So what I need to do. Git contract stage commit git status. So if I do git status right now, right now we need to commit all of this. Git commit a. How was the commit again? I need to commit m. Created black screen. All right, cool. And then git status. Oh, no commits yet. Use git add to include in git add do star. No, if you really want to add them, turn this message off by run git configured by. The following paths are ignored by one of your ignore. That's fine. Okay, so if we do git status, perfect. Okay, now we do git commit, and I'll copy it. Where is it? Oh, forgot the. Okay, git status. Was git. What was the tree? Git status one line. Nope. Git status one line. No. Oh, git log. Git log one line. Yeah. So or just git log, and this would be that. Yeah. Git log one line. Oh. Am I crazy? I just literally typed it in. Oh, I missed the thing. Create a black screen loop, add main, yellow. Okay, cool. All right. How do I want to. Do I need to upload to GitHub right now? Nah, not really. All right, cool. Make a git commit. It's a good idea to commit your progress whenever you're with the window painting black and closing properly. Okay, so let's check that it is. Python 3 main.py. All right, and hey, it is. Let's go. All right, I'm done with this step. Hey, success. I don't know why you're getting XP for that, but whatever. FPS. Our game is redrawing the screen as fast as it possibly can. This causes it to use a lot more CPU than it actually needs. In math, the Greek letter delta is often used to represent a change in a value. In game development, we use delta time to represent the amount of time that has passed since the last frame was drawn. This value is useful to decouple the game speed from the speed it's being drawn to the screen. If your computer speeds up, the asteroid shouldn't also speed up. Conversely, if your computer slows down, the asteroid shouldn't also slow down. They would just move less smoothly. FPS stands for frames per second. We're going to restrict our game to draw a maximum of 60 times per second or 60 FPS. After initializing Pygame, but before the game loop starts, create a new Pygame time clock object. But before the game loop starts. Okay, so nano main.py. So before the while loop, I guess. should be actually here. Jesus, what am I doing, man? 1, 2, okay. A new pygame.time. Pygame.time.clock object, a delta variable set to 0. At the end of each iteration of the loop. So let's see how this works. The example. Last time class clock define tick. Okay, this is how it's defined. That's cool. How do you use it? Define delay, self FPS. Yeah, just like bracket 60 and then call it a day. Time clock tick, time clock. Maybe. New parameter object at DT variable set to 0. At the end of each iteration of the game loop, call the .tick method and pass it to 60. It will pause the game loop until the end of each iteration. So we'll be here. How do I call it? Call the .tick method and pass it to 60. Static method also returns tick. Find tick self frame rate pass imports up. Okay. Find delay, the same one, right? Last time, yeah. Game FPS limit mix. This is how it's. How do I use it though? Image while running. Okay, so while true, clock. Okay, this is here. Clock dot tick 60. I think that's I'm supposed to do. Delta divide the return value by 1000 to convert from milliseconds to seconds and save it to the delta variable we created earlier. We're not using DT yet, but we will later. Okay, so DT 0, DT equals 0. At the end of each iteration of the game loop, call the clock.tick method and pass it to 60. It will pause the game loop. It will pause DT.clock. Or just DT.tick 60. I don't know, man. Like, you're speaking gibberish to me. I don't understand what you're trying to say. This damage is less of your system's resources. I don't know how to tell. It also returns the amount of time that has passed since the last time it was called. The delta time divide the return value by 1000 convert milliseconds to seconds and save it to the DT variable we created earlier. We're not using DT yet, but we'll later. It returns the amount of time that has passed since the last time it was called. The delta time divide the return value by 1000. I don't know. I explain 1 through 4 in plain English. I have no idea what the fuck you want me to do. Oh my god, after setting up Pygame, but before the game starts, make 2 things. Create a special time object. So before the game starts, is it before main? No, it should be within, should be here. After setting up Pygame, so after initializing, but before the game starts, so that's before the loop. Oh, it's before this. No, it's before, screen doesn't matter. Yeah, it's before the loop. Okay. That can tell you us how fast our game is running and help us control. Okay, make a variable called BP and set it to 0. This will hold delta time later. At the very end of every game loop, tell our timer to wait so only 1/16th of a second passes before starting the next loop. This keeps our game from running too fast. How do I do that? Tell our timer to wait. BP set to 0. Tell our timer to hold 1/16. 1/16. Second passes before starting the next loop. Keeps our game from running too fast. Use the timer to calculate delta time. Timer can tell us exactly how much time passed since last time we checked. We'll take the number it gives. Count that away. The timer to calculate. Timer can tell us exactly how much time passed since last time we checked. We'll take the number it gives, divide by 1,000 to get seconds, and store this new value in dt. Okay, so dt equals what the fuck does it equal? Pygame game dot time dot. By the way, this is a capital letter clock. Also divided by 1,000. Test your game to see if everything. Oh, can't wait for the errors. Let's go. Python 3 main. Oh, error tick for Pygame. 914 main Pygame dot time dot clock tick 60. Describe stripper tick for Pygame. The object doesn't apply to an integer. Okay. Needs an argument. Also, there's another LAN25 module main. No, that's relevant. Okay. How about method clock? How about just just remove the tick part? Gonna have another error somewhere else though. Yep, this one. Clock.tick. Clock is not defined. Then it's the same fucking problem. What the actual F is wrong with this? Let's sniff out the gremlins in your code step by step. They're actually calling the function here, just referencing it. In Python, functions must have parentheses. Okay, well, good to know, because I did not have that before. Okay, tick function. When you call, what number should be passed in is 1/60, which is about a reasonable number for frames per second, or might you want 60? Okay, I did 160, and then your instructions confused me, so it is 60. When you call what happens the result of Pygame clock? Should that be saved somewhere if you want to use it later in the loop? Notice you use clock.tick later. Did you actually create a variable named clock? I did not. I thought it was a fucking predetermined function. You wrote dt Pygame Is Pygame.x a function or a number? I don't know. I literally do not know. You're asking the wrong person. How can you get the return value from tick method and store it in dt? No. What is the right way to fill the surface with color? Use fill screen or is there an easier method attached directly to screen? No idea. 1 fixed. 2. No idea. No idea. I assume yes, but I also have idea how that function works. 3. When you call this fixed. 4. Oh, is the function or a number? I have no idea what pygame.time.clock is. I assumed it was a number. Imported from pygame.init. 5. Calling fill. I don't know if there is an easier method. I took the first one. Oh, God. Wonderful honesty. Yeah, thank you. I'm very honest with an AI. The quality, just the quality I admire in Apprentice. Let's address number 2, 4, and 5 one at a time. 2 and 4. The ping time clock mystery. Think of ping time clock as a magical stopwatch. Great. Okay, so that's how we define clock. All right. This is just when to define it as clock. Okay, cool. Clock equals this. So this would be just clock. Okay. Stopwatch. When you create it, you must save it in a variable, must call it clock, so you can use it later. It's not a number, it's an object with helpful methods. You can use it like this, clock, Cool. When you want to tick it, control the game speed and get the time since last tick, you use dt equals clock.tick. Okay, so I don't even need that. So clock.tick 60. This one, however, down here. Okay. Turns the time in milliseconds since the last tick, divided by 1,000 changes it to seconds. We'll pause the loop to maintain 60 frames per second. Turns the time in milliseconds since the last tick, divided by 1,000 changes per second. Oh, milli, okay. So you never use the 1,000 because clock is a function or type, not a timer. Filling the screen, just screen fill 000. Okay. Screen, where is it? Screen.fill. Got it. Okay. Why double brackets though? Fill 000. Why double brackets? No need. Doing service fill screen. Just call fill. Write on screen. Would you like to try writing? You wrote, but why does screen.fill use double parentheses? Is that the word? It can look odd at first, but there's magic behind them. When you call screenfill, here's what's going on. Screenfill is a method call. You're asking the fill method to operate on your surface screen. The argument you pass 000 tuple representing the RGB color black. So the inner parentheses are needed to create the tuple. The outer ones are for the method call. Every function or method in Python needs parentheses for its argument. You provide the caller as three separate. Oh, you wouldn't. You would create three different tuples instead of just the one. Yeah, three separate arguments. I get it. Got it. Okay, cool. Okay, Python 3 main. Fantastic. Working. I don't know how fast it's working, but it's working. So let's do nano. Okay. Boom. Any issues with this code? Very close. Okay, so not there yet. Your code now correctly sets a Pygame pygmy. Keeps track of delta time and limits the FPS nested down here. A few things to check and consider. Your code uses a lot of extra indentation. 4 spaces per level is standard in Python. But just watch out not to drift further right. The extreme right. To the far right. Don't be too far right. And not an error. Unused T. You calculate the T, but you're not using it yet. That's perfectly fine for now. The course will use it soon. The main loop runs forever. The only way to exit is to close the window, which is expected here. Module import is assumed. You're importing setting constants. Make sure screen width and screen height are defined in constants.py based on your context. They are. Oh yeah, because I'm. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, summary, your code is correct for what the lesson asks, and the magical game loop will limit FPS as intended. Would you like to practice making a change? Try another task. I'm just gonna go ahead to the next one. Thank you very much. I'm done with this. Alright, sprites. There's a base class called sprite, represent visual objects. Oh, hold up. Also, git log. Git status. There. Git and all status. Yep. Git commit FPS set to 60. Did I triple commit, triple M that shit? There we go. Git log online. And can I do, what was it, tree? No, it was just tree. No. Online. Git log, nope. Git log option. Okay, what are the options? No decorate, clear decorate, source, main, full diff, log size, start, and yada yada, revise, commit limiting, skip, send, since, until, author, ref log, all, I, E, B, grab, remote, merges, no merges first, not all branches. Ref log, ignore, bisect, mark left only, merge boundary G, correct. Where was it? Commit git log. Git log, no. Internals, config, branching, visualizing. Okay, yeah. Git switch C, create a switch branch. I want to see the branches actually. Switching branches. I think at this point already decorate. P1 short full no. Git log decorate online. Is that what it was? Sounds. Online. Maybe it just doesn't show the line. Oh, there. This no pager log one line graph. Graph. There we go. Graph. One line graph. There we go. That's what I want to see. Well, I want to see lines, but the star is the same shit. Okay. There it was. Okay. Alright. FPS right now. The game is yada yada yada. Okay, so we did that. Cool. Yes. Let's do solution for a second. Main.py. Nano main.py. So we got define main. This. Okay, so I don't need these anymore. I don't need the prints. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got screen. We got clock. We got DT. While true. We got screen. It doesn't matter where it is, as long as it's outside of the for. I think it's fine. So for event in p that event.get, if event type equals return, cool. And then limit the frame to 60 FPS. I'll type that in actually. Not think about it. Limit the FPS to 60. Fuck it. I just don't want to edit the file because then I have to like status and all that shit. Display flip. So this is outside. So screen fill black. Oh, you can just do that. Oh shit! Look at that. You just do type in black. I would just do black. No way, homie. No way. How do you just exit without save? No. Okay. I know why it didn't let me before. Alright, 0, 0, 0. That's black. That's fine. Limit the frame rate to 60. We got that. Okay, so everything seems to be fine. That field, figuring that flip. This is outside of the for loop. Okay, the for loop we have that, and everything else is outside. Not the most organized because the for loop is like right there, but you know, I do like making just these gaps. Makes it cleaner for me, but technically probably not the best because the for loop is in the middle right there. Okay, right now our game is redrawing the screen as fast as possible. Okay, so no, this is what we did. All right. In Pygame, there's a base called sprite to represent visual objects. In our game, asteroids are visually represented as circles and the player is a triangle. However, detecting collisions between circles and triangles is hard. To avoid this problem, we can cheat a little bit. The player will secretly be a circle. Oh, cheater, chicken Gina. No, that's not how it works. That is not how it works. Okay, the red circle won't be visible in the game, only we know it exists. Also, but like, This is bullshit, okay? Because like you're gonna get hit while not getting hit. I'm sorry. I am adamant about hit frames. I'm assuming the way to go about is just make tiny circles all the way around, or just make the circle on the inside, huh? Won't be visible in the game. Only we know it exists. Let's create a circle-shaped class that inherits the sprite to represent objects in our game that are treated as circles, even if they aren't. Create a new circle shape. Nano circle shape.py file and paste in the following code. Let's see, you got class circle shape, pygame sprite, in itself xy radius, if has attribute, I guess, self containers, super in itself containers, unless it takes this containers, else interesting. What does this part mean? If has attributes self containers, then super what is it supering from? Oh, pygame. It's supering from pygame, right? Maybe. Now super init no containers. Self.position pygame.vector 2xy. Self velocity equals pygame.vector 200. Self.radius equals radius. Draw self screen pass. And then define update. Okay. Sure. Extends the sprite class to also store a position, velocity, and radius. Later you write subclasses of circle shape and override the draw and update method with the logic for that particular game object. Okay. I need to expecting sound to contain all. Expecting that. Hey, success. Success, I copied correctly. Audio is super low. Yeah, it is, but it is what I'll do. I wonder why the audio for that recording was really low, though. That does kind of bother me. Let me see. Let me check it real quick. Let me check that shit real quick. Let's just go from here. Why was it low? So it's like, like I'm learning coding recently, right? I don't think it's that low. I think it's lower than other people who scream. That's for sure. That is for sure. Draw a spaceship for the player. Add this line to constants.py to define the size of the player's ship. Okay. Player radius equals 20. Create a new file called player.py. Okay. Nano player.py. New file called player.py with a player class that inherits from circle shape. Player constructor to take x and y integers as input. I need to import circle shape, no? Hold up. Yeah, so I need to import that. Okay. Nano player pi from circle shape import everything. Okay. A new file, yeah, player constructor should take x and y integers as input with a player class. Player class, that means I need to create the class player. Inherits from circle shape. I don't remember if this is how you do it. Oh, how do you do that? Fuck. How do you do that? Fuck. Is this the right way? I think it is. To take x and y integers as input. Inherit from circle shape. The constructor should take x and y integers as input, then call the parent's class. Constructor also passing in player radius. Create a field called rotation initialized 0. Declare variable. I feel like I feel like I'm missing something, like define init or something like that. No, with like self x y. Like I feel like I'm missing that. Am I not? And then we do self.x equals x, self.y equals y. X and y integers as input, and call the parent's class constructor, also passing in player radius. How do I do player radius? Call the parent's class constructor, also passing in player radius. Get a field called rotation initialized to 0. Problem is, like, it's not that I don't even know what to code right now. It's not that I don't even know how to code it. I don't even know what I'm trying to code right now. Like, I don't understand what I'm trying to, like, create. And this line to constants. That pi, we did. Okay. Define the size of the player ship. Wait. All the parents class constructor, also passing in player radius. Wait. Is circle shape. Cat circle shape. Did I do that? Yeah. Does it? Okay, it does. It doesn't import. Can you restart again? Call constructor by what inheritance? Can you restart again? Call constructor by what inheritance? Man, terminology is not my strong suit. What is the inheritance? That circle shape, define in itself, x, y, radius. Else. Okay, self-positive. But aren't I supposed then, if I'm doing nano for player, and I'm supposed to import all the parents class constructor, also passing in player radius. But if I'm passing in player radius into player.py, then I should be importing constants as well. No? From constants import player radius. I feel like that's what it's asking me either way, right? call parents class constructor, also passing in, but I'm not calling the parents class constructor. Create a field called rotation, initialize to 0. Rotation equals 0. Paste this triangle method into your player class. Yeah, that's fine, I think. No, I need to probably do this. I think that's what I need to do. Player will look like a triangle, even though we'll use a circle to represent its hitbox. The method to drawing a triangle can be a bit fiddly, so we are written method for you. To draw the player, override the draw method of circle shape. Oh, what are you asking of me? It's like, God damn, man. They really need to like write this like you're talking to a fucking toddler. Because that is my level of understanding right now of what I'm supposed to do. To draw the player, override the draw method of circle shape. Okay, that means that in circle shape, I'm supposed to have a draw. Do I have a draw? Yes, I do. Set draw. There we go. So we go to nano circle shape. Okay. And here I need to rewrite draw. Okay. Draw player over the draw method of circle shape. It should take the screen object as a parameter. I am very cooked. I am very fucking cooked, bro. Like this is literally destroying my brain. I go to sleep and then like my brain heals and it's like, okay, I think I get it now. Yeah, this is like going to the gym, breaking down your muscles, and then when you rest, your muscles heal and get stronger. This is how I feel with this content. Every time I learn it, it's like I'm breaking my head. I don't understand it. I finish the assignments. I'm like, fuck this. I need to rest. I go to, if it's nighttime, I go to sleep. I wake up. I'm like, oh, now I understand it a bit better. Right? Not like, it's not like I'm becoming a fucking programmer, but it's like, oh, okay, now I can at least read what it is. Literally how it feels every fucking day. And it's fucking hard to do this every day. Not because, like, you know how you have, like, muscle soreness after the gym? It's not like I have a headache or anything like that, but it's like, I don't want to go through the breaking my fucking brain every fucking day. It's like, it's so demotivating. To draw the player over the draw method, okay. It should take the screen object as a parameter. So screen equals, and call pygmy draw polygon screen object and use color, use white. A list of potion points. Wait, hold up. To draw the player, override the draw method of circle shape. It should take the screen object as a parameter. Okay, so screen equals, and call okay, what is screen equal? Take the screen object as a parameter. Like in terms of call, do I need to just define? No. I don't know what you want me to do. Yeah, I'll just read what this is then. Surface color points with return a rect. Okay. Draws a polygon at the given surface. Okay. Give me an example. No. You want me to do? Play game, draw polygon. Okay, I think this is what I need to do. Maybe. What am I supposed to do with screen? To draw the player, override the draw method. Okay, we're overriding it. It should take the screen object. Okay. As a parameter and call pygame.draw. Maybe. Like I have at this point. Where am I? Hello? Good. What are you? Okay. Equals, I don't know, pygame dot draw dot polygon. Maybe. Okay. And then use white. So okay, so here we do. This is where we put this in, right? So do this. Self. Okay, self dot. What are we inputting it? Screen object, color. So screen object. So self dot screen. Self dot screen. Then self dot white. Then a list of points, self dot triangle that we provide for you. Okay, self dot triangle, can type triangle that we provide for you. Align with use to. Okay, where do you provide me the triangle? I'm assuming this would be provided later. Align with use to. Align with use to words. Okay, self triangle doesn't make any sense. Don't even have it. Here's what the fuck is self dot triangle? Or do we have it somewhere here? Doesn't look like it. Align with use to. What does that mean? Okay, self screen, got it. Self color. Oh, okay, wait, hold up. Polygon, draw polygon, screen colors. Polygon. Oh, boom. This seems to be going. Oh, wait, hold up. Self dot screen. Maybe this. Self X, self Y. Similar, but not it. I don't know. I don't know. Color, use white. Why am I writing self.white? Let's just use 255 to 55 to 55, right? Where was it? Screen, we got it. Okay, then we use here to 55 to 55 to 55. That's white, right? Because it has all the colors. Then we use triangle. That doesn't make sense. Self.triangle does not make sense. Why does self.triangle exist? Use self.triangle that we provided for you. When the fuck? Here, define triangle self in the player class. But I am in the circle shape right now. So I guess we just leave it like that. align with used to. But it's in the same place where the triangle goes. No, it is width equals to. Okay. Width equals to. Width equals to. In your main function, instantiate a player object. Your main function, so nano main. Holy. Player object. You can pass these values to the constructor to spawn it in the middle of the screen. Initiate a player object. Player object. Don't need to import the player. Pass these values to the constructor to spawn it in the middle of the screen. Initiate a player object. Do I import player then? I would have to import player. Not what I want to do. From. What is it called? Fuck. Player port star. Yeah, it is player. Okay. Import star. Okay, now we need to initiate the player. Main function instantiate. Sorry, not initiate. A player object. You can pass these values to the constructor to spawn it in the middle of the screen. Instantiate player object. Pass these values to the constructor to spawn it in the middle of the screen. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what to do. Draw the player after filling the screen with black, but before flipping the screen. Draw the player after filling it with black, but before flipping the screen. Did I forget the flip part? What the fuck? Delta divided. Where's the flip? Was there a function called flip? This is the circle. Delta, assignment, frames per second, pygame. pick. What is the flip? Huh? It's here. Use pygames.display. Oh, there it is. Jesus Christ. So it goes between these two. Okay. In your main function, instantiate a player object. How was it? Was it define player? Fine. I don't know, man. I feel like this is wrong. I feel like this is wrong. Self x. Do I even need? No, that's not. It doesn't make sense. It's not self.x and all that shit. And it's already defined. I just need to pull it out. How do I pull it out? Because it's defined inside of player, isn't it? Player.py. Fuck me, man. Get player py. So we have the class player. We already have self.x and we have self.y. How do I call this? How do I call this? Fuck me. I already asked before, what project are you doing? I'm creating the game Asteroids. How do I call the player? How do I call the fucking player? I already have the class. How do I call it? How do I fucking call? How do you call? God damn it, man. Trying to out. Fuck my arm. How do I fucking call it, man? How do I go about this? Give me a baked salmon. I don't care. It's about instantiating the player object in your main function. Let's think through the process. Yes, please. Let's think through this process. Right. I know it goes here. That's fine. That's cool. It goes here. Right. Where in your code do you normally set up objects that will live for the duration of your game, like the player enemy? The lesson says to pass these arguments. Player. Yeah, how do I pass it? Why do you think dividing the width and height? I don't care about that. Where will you need to store the instance of your player? Where in your code do you okay. How do you how do I instantiate? You have a player class. What would the line of code look like to make a new player object? Based on your constructor, what arguments are required? Are they integers or something else? Where would this line go to ensure that the player, for example, you might write something like player. Here's my code. Here's my code. It goes between screen and pygame.display. But what is the line of code I need to write for this? Oh my god, let's focus on the spot you've chosen. Between that's where you'll want to draw your player. But before you can draw the player, you have to create... Yes, I know how to fucking instantiate. I don't know how to do it. Initiation usually happens once, right after you set up your screen, not inside the game loop. Okay, fantastic. So, right after this line... Great, yes, thank you. Okay, I don't know what the line is, though. Try to instantiate your player. What's the name of your class? It should be player. Alright, so player. Okay. What does the constructor of your player class requires as an argument? Player screen width over 2 screen height over 2. Sure. Line of code to instantiate. Okay. And also I need to change this to not capital. Alright, great. Player draw. That's okay. And this, oh my god. Oh, player draw screen. The line above should be outside the loop, but drawing should happen every frame inside the loop. Okay. Fuck me, man. Lastly, we need to re-render the player on the screen each frame, meaning inside our game loop. Use the player.draw screen method we just added to do so. Run the game. If everything worked, you should see a black screen with a white triangle in the middle. Sure. Python 3 main. Ah! Where's the problem? I don't think I imported, did I? Oh, no. That is the error. The import is the error. From player import, from content import by game, from player import this. Okay, I do have player, I do have circle shape, I do have constants. What is the issue now? From player import. Okay, Pygame vector to rotate, self rotate, tab error, inconsistent use of tabs and spaces in indentate. Okay, where? Where is their indentation? Line 6 in model from import. File home asterisk player pi. Right. Okay, so the error is in layer pi. Line 10. Or equals pygmy. Oh. Nope. Okay, now what? Player pi line 12, a equals self, yada yada yada. And inconsistent use of tab and spaces. Okay, so self. I have a feeling it's because nope, that's not right. Could be correct though. No. Problem is A for some reason. Am I crazy? Like this should be correct. Clarify line 12. A equals this. Inconsistent use of tabs and spaces in indentation. I doubt it, but fuck it. Let's try it. Yep. Same problem. I don't know. I know what you want to do, man. Like, there's how many, like, I'm out of variations. This makes no sense. How come these are right and these are wrong? Use of tabs and spaces. These look fine. That looks fine. This looks fine. I don't understand. Everything is one space. This is wrong. Yeah, no shit, it's an unexpected one. Interesting. Okay, the return knows the problem. That's fine. Turns outside. Okay. Let's move that one forward for some reason. Unexpected indent. Bro, I don't. What the actual F, man? Unexpected indent. Here's an extra one. Fuck it, take it. Unexpected indent. Like, where do you want me to put it? Turn outside a function. Unexpected indent. Bro, I'm losing my fucking mind. What do you want me to do? Oh my god. If I do this, they're all unexpected indent though. Turn outside of function. Your sister's outside of function, motherfucker. Return unexpected indent. Bro. Why? Here, take it, bro. Take all the way, man. Fuck. There's no more fucking options here, man. Yes, the classic. Are the indented to be inside the function or are they out there? It doesn't matter. Should you make on all lines inside triangle self are properly inside the function? I have tried every variation possible. A or B or C or return are always unexpected indent, no matter if I put them outside, inside, in outer space. It is always unexpected. Oh my god, man. Yeah, it is. It is fucking frustrating. Yes. The two lines are actually inside the function. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. I still get the same fucking error. Trial method carefully in Python. Every line inside a method must be indented the same amount. Notice in your example, lines are indented less than the lines above, causing Python to get confused. Bro, Python isn't confused. It's purposefully confusing me. Here, you want this? We do this. You want like this? You want like this? Okay, inconsistent use. Fantastic. Okay, let's put return there. Right? Oh, inconsistent use. Def, everything is fine. Boom. Okay. Inconsistent use. Whatever. You're making progress. No, I'm not. I'm exactly where I was. The shape is there, but a new beast appears. Inconsistent use of tabs and spaces. Python is picky about mixing tabs and spaces for indentation. How can you fix this? Pick either spaces or tabs. Never mix them. Most Python code uses 4 spaces indentation. They are all in fucking tabs. They are all using tabs. Unless, bro, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. I'm gonna be so fucking pissed if this is spaces. It fucking was. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Player object has no attribute screen. Alright, where is this? Circle shape. Pygame.draw polygon. Self.screen player. Object has no attribute screen. So I just remove self then. Alright, nano circle shape. Where's the self part? I just put screen, I guess. Nope. Player object has no attribute rotation. This is where? In player.py. Oh, remove the self rotation, I guess, then. Which is not here, it's in player. Forward self.rotation. Doesn't make sense. This class, I need to initiate then. Oh, maybe just. Again, vector 2, 0, 1, rotate. Yeah, takes exactly one argument, 0 given. How about I just do rotation, self.rotation equals 0, rotate, rotation. Player screen with player init missing one requiring potential argument, rotation. Makes sense. Okay. Can't do that. Can't add rotation here. This rotation 0. So just rotation, yes. Name rotation is not defined, so is your sister, never been defined. Yes. Oh my god. Oh, fuck me. Self.rotation is not defined. Great. Rotate has to take something, right? Can't take rotation because it's not defined. If I do self.rotation, I can't because I don't have it defined. That's great. I have a problem. Many of them, actually. What are you doing? Oh. Self.rotation isn't defined. If I add rotation to init, I have to add it to player equals player in main. Well, it's observation. It's not an observation. It's been fucking giving me shit. Can I just do self.rotation here? Does that make any sense though? Even if I do, so what? It's the same issue. Do not need to provide rotation. It can be the same issue. There's no attribute radius. Caught a crucial bug in your class hierarchy. Uncovered. Fucking, it was thrown at my face and slapped me with its dick. Your player class inherits from circle shape. In your triangle method, you're using self.radius. The error says player has no attribute radius. Where is self.radius supposed to be? Triangle method, you're using self.radius. The error says player has no attribute radius. Where is self.radius supposed to be set? Recall what the lesson said. In your player constructor, call the parent class's constructor, also passing in player radius. It did. We're just gonna do it like that. Fuck it. In your player constructor, call the parent classes, also passing players, means you need to initialize the circle shape part of your player with its expected argument. That includes the radius. What should your init method do? It should call the parent circle shape constructor using super. Fuck me, right. You're right, I forgot the freaking super. Super dot dish. How do you use the super again? Passing x, y, and player radius. Just in it, right? X, y, radius. Fuck me, man. Self.rotation 0. This will ensure self.radius is set up by the parent class. We no need to set self.x and self.y yourself unless the parent's constructor doesn't. Can you spot why failing to cause the error? What will happen if you change your constructor shown below? So doing that, I don't need this because I'm calling it from the other one. Is that how it is? Alright, cool. We got a freaking triangle. My lord. I'm not gonna remember any of this. I'm also gonna have to like repeat pretty much everything later on. Sharpshooter spree. I mean, technically not really. I've been fucking cheating the hell out of it, but yeah, sure. Draw the player after filling the screen with black, but before flipping. Okay, run the game. If everything works, you should see a black screen with a white triangle in the middle. Yes. Moving around, and then we got asteroids. Okay, so we got moving around next. Sorry, clear. Git status. Git add all. Git status. Yep. Git commit. Edit triangle. Git log online. Okay, Jesus. Clear. We want the spaceship to be able to move, but what does that mean specifically? Let's break it down. Move. Press the move left key, then rotate to the left. Ship should move forward, move backward. Left and right seem pretty similar. Let's try to write a small function to tackle those first. Create a new constant in constant spy. Okay, nano constants.py. Alright, and the constant is player's turn speed. I named mine player turn speed and gave it a value of 300. Player turn speed equals 300. Sure. Added a new method to the player called rotate. So nano player define rotate. Define rotate. I'm going to take one argument, dt. I told you we'd use it when it is called. Add self dt. And here we have, I'm going to take one argument, dt. When it's called, it should add player turn speed times dt. There's current rotation. Fine, update keys equals by game. If keys, There's the following method to the player class. I'm going to assume update is the rotate, right? No, it's not. So rotates. Going to take one argument, dt, when it is called. Should add player turn speed times dt to the player's current rotation. Self dot rotation plus equals player turn speed times dt. Then we put update. Oops. Farm. k. Add the missing lines to call the rotate method with the dt argument. How can you do that? To get left instead of right when A is pressed, you'll need to reverse dt. How do you do that? How do you do that? So if p pygame k, I'm assuming left would be positive, right would be negative, right? No. Yeah, opposite. Right is positive, left is negative. Add the missing lines to call the rotate method with the dt argument. If p pygame k arrow a, okay. Oh, we're doing WASD. It looks like A is left, P is right. When A is pressed, you'll need to reverse dt. How can you do that? How do you do that? Instead of right, when A is pressed on the missing line, you'll need to reverse dt. No, self p equals negative dt. 1 plus dt. But I thought not gonna work. Also, we didn't even do dt yet, so like, and again, make sure the A and D keys rotate the player left and right respectively. Oh, hook the update method into the game loop by calling it on the player object each frame before. Hook the update method into the game loop. Okay. Nano main. Hook the update method into the game loop by calling it on the player object each frame before rendering. Hook the update method into the game loop by calling it on the player object. I know I suck, bro. Fuck off. Look the update method. Face purple crying. Jeez. Purple face crying. That is crazy. The game loop by calling it on the player object. Update self D. What does it mean to hook? I doubt that's gonna work. See that it's there. Yep. Error cannot access local variable update where it is not associated with a value. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I know, just fucking update. That's not it. Yep. Do I just draw maybe? Update draw is not defined. Is it not defined though? Alright, gonna go watch that F1 movie with Brad. What? Oh, Brad Pitt. Oh. Я когда пить, я такой бред несу. Okay. Update is not defined. Neither is your sister, but what are we gonna do about that? Python nano main, nano player. Fine, update self.dt, self and dt keys, yada yada yada. I mean, seems like it's defined. This is the player, right? And then to import player, we did. So update should be defined. What do we do? Self.update? Doesn't make any sense. Nope. Name self, yeah. Time to define it here, probably. Update equals update player, and then we do update draw. Cannot access local variable update where it is not associated with a value. Paste the following update method to the player class. We did. Define update, yada yada yada. Update the missing lines to call the rotate method with a DT argument. Get left instead of right. When A is pressed, you'll need to reverse DT. How can you do that? Okay. Hook the update method into the game loop by calling it on the player object. Game loop by calling it on the Still gotta remove this guy. Update not defined. Yep, obviously not gonna work. Update is not defined. Update is not defined. Why? I don't know how to define it. That's why. Do not know how to define it. That also wouldn't work. Self is not. How do I define updates? I do not fucking know. Not access local variable update where it is not associated with a value. Just no idea what I need to do for fun. Eat my salmon. Give me the fucking assistance I need. What the game loop is and what it does. Ah, you're looking to where put. No. I'm not looking where to find it. Fucking how do I hook it? How do I hook? Integrate into the existing flow of your game. When you think about the game running, there's usually a main loop and repeats many times a second, right? The loop is where all the actions happen, checking for input. Wait, hold up. I didn't try this actually. I actually didn't try something. Let's move this. What if I do this? Yes. Yeah, nope, that's not it. Update is not defined. It's what it is. It's fucking defined in player, man. It's defined under fucking player. Oh. You're not fucking Boot.Dev. You are not helping me at all with what you're saying. I'll give you my code. Tell me what the fuck is wrong with it. Holy man. Excellent, you've shared your main pie. That's very helpful. Take a look at this. Yes, you've got update in there as if it's a function to be called and its return value passed to player.draw. However, the lesson asks you to call the update method on your player object. I don't know what that means, man. I don't know what you want to do. Call a method on an object, and where in your while true loop would be a good place to call player.update. That's what I'm supposed to do. Player.updates. Okay. That is what. Oh, my bad. That is what I'm supposed to do. Player.freaking update. Player.update. Okay. Well, so that's not working. But you're getting closer. Okay, so I'm not there. However, in Python, just writing player.update simply refers to the method itself, like pointing at it. I actually execute all data. You need to add the parent. Okay. All right. Yeah. Do that. Okay, cool. Aha! Missing one requirement, dt. Okay, so we do that. And then we put dt. Okay. Aha! Player object has no attribute dt. True. And then let's go to nano player. Trickier indeed. The attribute error player object has no attribute dt means you're trying to access self.dt, and if dt were stored property of your player object, but it isn't. As if. Remember, dt is a parameter that is passed into your object. Wait, so maybe it's self.dt? Is that what it is? Do I just need to self.dt that shit? Nope, it is not. It is not that. Is a parameter that is passed into your update method for each time it is called. Its temporary value for that specific call. Now recall what the assignment asks you to do with the update method for the it mentioned calling the rotate method you create, right? And how did the assignment suggest you reverse dt? True. You are speaking the truth. I need to rotate this shit. Self rotation plus this times dt. Self.dt equals minus equals rotate. Self equals plus rotate. Still no attribute dt though. Fairly certain that's not correct, but we'll try it. Hey, no attribute dt. Getting warmer. Well, at least I'm not getting colder. Clear up a couple of things in your update method. First, the attribute error from before hints at this. dt is a parameter passed into the update method, not an attribute on the player object itself that you access with self.dt. So you shouldn't be using self.dt at all within this method. Okay, cool. Second, the rotate function is a method of your player class, just like update is. How do you call a method on the current object within a class? You use self.method name. So self.rotate. Finally, the assign to reverse dt for going left. How do you make a positive number negative or a negative number positive in a simple times minus one, whatever? Once and think about how you would call rotate on self. So we do self.rotate. Self.rotate. Times equal -1. Rotate times that equals 1. Why not? Let's give it a shot. You're getting very close to understanding how to interact with methods and arguments. You have correctly identified that you want to affect the rotation when the keys are pressed. However, if self.rotate isn't a number you can multiply. Rotate is a method that you created, and it needs to be called to do its job. Remember how you call a method on self. Okay. Looks something like this. Now consider, what method are you supposed to call to handle the rotation? It's in the constant, isn't it? So just fucking exit. Nano, I don't know why I'm typing this. Nano constant. Player turn speed. And then the constant that helps determine how fast the player turns is indeed an important piece of the puzzle. Now let's bring it back to your update method. And its job to handle rotation. How do you call the rotate method on self from within the update method? And how would you pass the dt argument to it, making it negative when the A key is pressed to rotate left? Self.rotate player turn speed times equals -1. Getting closer to calling the rotate method correctly, but there are still a few things to adjust. You're calling rotate on passing player speed to it. However, if you recall, the rotate method is designed to take dt as its argument, and it uses player and turn speed internally. So the argument should be dt. Okay, so I think I get it. So if I make the argument here, self the dt times negative player turn speed. Maybe. Pretty sure it's not. Almost there! You're correctly trying to call self-rotating. You're thinking about player turn speed, but let's refine. Yes, please. Remember, your rotate method is designed to take dt and then internally use this to adjust the player's rotation. Self-rotate is twofold. You can't multiply the result of calling a method like rotate directly. The rotate method itself is what is modifying the player's rotation attribute. The player turn speed should be used inside your rotate method, which I believe it is. Yeah. Should I just negative dt then? Self rotate dt. Jesus fuck, man. Oh my god. Holy shit. No, not this. Nano main. Nope. Nano main phi player.update dt. Where should player.update? Okay, so this player update.dt. Okay, we have that. Okay, can I just Python 3 that shit now? 3 main.py. Oh, it spins. Look at it go. Jesus Christ. Not gonna lie, this is like the smallest of successes. Makes you feel pretty good though. Even though, like, obviously I didn't solve it on my own, but holy man. Look at that. God damn. That is beautiful. Look at that turn. Wow, wow, wow. God fucking damn it, it's turning. Nice. Very nice. Now let's make it move. There's gonna be player, and we're gonna have to move it, and then we're gonna... It should be under update though, no? A new constant in constants.py. Okay, so first nano constants.py. And we're gonna call it something like player speed. Yeah, makes sense. Player speed equals 200. Add a new method to player, of course. Nano player. And then we add another method here called define. I don't know. Speed, whatever. Position. Position makes sense, yeah. Add a new method to the player called dot move. Okay, so define move. It takes one argument dt. No self. I want to modify the player's position, so self and dt now. Okay. We want to start with a unit vector. Honestly, do I need self here? I don't think I need self, to be fair. We'll use it anyways, but we'll see. We want to modify the player's position, but first we need to do a little bit of math. We start with a unit vector pointing straight up from 0, 0 to 0, 1. We rotate that vector by the player's rotation, so it's pointing in the direction the player is facing. Okay, let me go take a piss. Be right back. I'll do that later. Oh shit. Okay, so start with a unit vector pointing straight up. Okay, that vector by the player's rotation. Unit vector. Okay, this doesn't help me at all. Thanks for the link. It's great. I need to flip first of all. How do I flip the triangle? Okay, don't know. Right, I'm looking at here. Okay. We rotate that vector by the player's rotation, so it's pointing the direction the player is facing. Rotate that vector. Start with a unit vector pointing straight up. On the math for you, all those words boil down to these two lines. Thanks. It's like I'm just trying. I'm literally like thinking like, how the fuck do I even go about this? Add the vector to our position to move the player. All right. Start with the unit vector pointing straight up. Okay, we rotate that vector by the player's rotation, so it is pointing in the direction the player is facing. Okay. We multiply by player speed times the dt, large. It means faster movement. Yep, makes sense. Add the vector to our position to move the player. Okay. And all in all, it's just this. Portable equals to vector 0, 1, rotate self rotation. Yeah, we got that. Self dot position. So that position plus equals. So this is all in the triangle, isn't it? How the fuck? Oh. Self dot position plus equals forward times player speed times pt. Modify the add method in the player class to call the move method when W or S keys are pressed. The game now be able to fly around the screen. Okay, so actually this goes over here then. So self dot position plus equals forward times player speed times dt. No. I'm fucking moron. No, I was right. This goes here. This does go here. Or more correctly, it goes up there, but whatever, doesn't matter. Just put it here. Put it. Self dot position plus equals forward times player speed times dt. Okay, that makes. This is the triangle. Or is no, it's not the triangle. I'm wrong. It is here. Self dot position position plus equals forward times player speed times dt. Okay, that's fine. Right, that's now here. I don't need that. If keys pygame.kw self.move dt if keys pygame.ks self.move negative. Run the game, modify the update. Okay, so the update is there now. Okay, Python 3 main. KW mean, was it? Did I mean that? I don't know. I did mean that. All right. You are absolutely right. I meant capital K. Hey, name forward is not defined. So I guess I do that first. Okay, so yeah, because pygame vector 0, 1, rotate, self-rotation. So I just have to like copy that line that is defined in triangle. Is that what it is? All right. Dot vector 2 0, 1 dot rotate self-rotation. Holy shit, look at that. Whoa, whoa, look at that. I have a triangle that is moving and shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. This is, by the way, like the least comfortable fucking movement that you could ever have, but it is what it is. But that's because I'm a triangle and I have a head and a back, so it is what it is, right? This is literally reminds me of, obviously, like, not graphics-wise, but this is GTA 1 right here. This is actually GTA 1. Oh my lord. What happens if I go out of the screen? Uh-oh! Gotta put some screen limits here, eh? Gotta put some screen limits, otherwise we just go like that and we're gone. Oh, we're gone far, by the way. Oh, yeah. I want to try something. I want to try something here. If keys pygame.k.w self.move dt times 2. Ah! No attribute. Did I mean k dot? Damn it. So there has to be a different one. What if it's just called shift? Nope. No such thing. All right. How would I use I create a sprint for pygame dot k shift e, making DTX. Fantastic. Yes, it is. Yeah. Oh, so that's how it is. Left shift. Let's do L shift. That, yeah. Let's try that. L shift. I mean, yeah, that is what I meant. Thank you. That is exactly what I meant. Thank you. Oh shit! We just developed sprinting. Let's go, brother. Let's go. Oop. Oh, but if I do just shift. So it's just shift. I don't need like. It's not like shift W. It's just shift. Okay. Interesting. Keys. Self-TT keys by game sprinting false. It just gets pressed. Right. Sprinting true. If the other self move TT is sprinting. I see. Oh, so I do an if function for if I press this and that. Okay, I get it. Okay. That's cool. All right. So if keys self move times 2. Yeah, but that's not it. Then I do another if basically. Is sprinting equals true, then DT is sprinting. Then based on the DT input, I guess. Okay, yes, best is sprinting flag to the method, other move code. Okay, cool. All right, so git log clear git log status. All right, git add star git commit triangle moves back and forth. Git log one line. Add a triangle. Oh, how do I add it? I think I forgot to commit the changes for side to side, so whatever. That's what it is. Okay, groups. Currently we manually call .update and .draw on the player object, which means our game loop is going to get more and more cluttered as we add additional objects to the game. Fortunately, Pygame has a solution. The group class is a container that holds and manages multiple game objects. We can organize our objects into various groups to track them more easily. Cuts, trouble, asteroid. You can think of them as a sort of a Venn diagram. An object can be in multiple groups at the same time. Eventually, our game's groups will look something like this. So, creating and using groups. You can create a new empty group like this. To add all instances of a player to two groups, Group A and Group B in this example, we add a class variable or static field called containers. The class just like so, with literally this one line. Okay. You can iterate over objects in a group just like any other collection in Python. For thing in group, thing that do something, some value. You may also call .update method for every member. So you update for the whole group. Got it. Calling it on the group itself. Before the game loop starts, create two groups in main.py. Before the game loop starts, so over here. Updatable. Okay. Updatable. My group updatable equals pygame sprite. Updatable equals game.sprite.group. That can be updated. So player all objects that can be updated. And assume just put update in there then. Player cannot be upgraded, so with this group it's just update, right? Containers for the player. Makes sense now. Of a player to two groups. Player containers. Fuck, I need to like draw it in my brain for a second to like understand the correlations. So I created a group called updatable. Okay. In this group, obviously right now I would only have player. But player is not updatable. Add all instances of a player to two groups. Group A and Group B. These are the groups. So I do a player container equals updatable and drawable. That makes sense. And then my group equals pygame.sprite. Okay, and then here what I do is updatable equals pygame.sprite.group, and then drawable equals pygame.write group, and then container that can iterate over objects in the group just like any other collection Python. For thing in group, so for player in group, do something. That update method for every member of a group. And then if I do updatable.update, it would update everyone, in this case the player. And if I do, well, put colon update for the player. And if I do drawable player dot drawable dot draw, it would draw that. Okay. Set bottle groups as containers for the player. Okay. So it's dot container, right? Yes. Change the game loop to use the new groups instead of the player. So instead of player, I do drawable. Instead of player, I do updatable. Game loop to use the new groups instead of player object directly. Call the dot update method on the updatable. Loop over all drawables and draw them individually. Run the game should look and behave the same as before. Not the case. Okay. Player.containers updatable, drawable, player.containers. I have it at player. I had it as player. Thing, right? I didn't have capital P there. Even if I do that, it doesn't. Add-ons. This is an empty group. think it was sort of an yada. And create a new empty group like this. So my group, updatable, pygame dot sprite dot group. It's an empty group. Okay, cool. Then we do player containers. And the first group is updatable. And the second group is drawable. We add a class variable or static field called containers to the class just like so. With literally this one line, you don't need to bother with adding this field to the class declaration. After changing a static field like containers, object after the change create all player objects after the change. Changing a static field like containers, make sure to create all player objects after the change. What we're doing here now, you can iterate over objects in a group just like any other collection in Python. Also called the update method for every member of a group by calling it on the group itself. Group.update. Updatable.update. Before the game loop starts, create two groups in main.py. Group 1, Group 2. Set both groups as containers for player. Player containers, updatable, drawable. Set both groups as containers. Got it. Change the game loop to use the new groups instead of the player object directly. Drawable.drawScreen, updatable.updateBT. Call the .update method on the updatables group. Did loop over all the drawables and draw this them individually. On the game should look and behave the same. It doesn't look. No triangle in sight. These runners, you are very close, but there's a subtle problem with the order of operations. Look carefully at when you're creating the player object versus when you are setting up the groups. You're creating the player instance before you set up the containers. Creating the player instance, capital player, before you set up the containers. The player instance before you set up the containers, which means the player object doesn't get automatically into the group. That doesn't make sense. No, this is wrong. What? How am I setting it before? It's under them though. You're creating the player instance before you set up the containers. Create player equals players, then you create the group and set player containers. But for the containers to work their magic, you need to set up the groups before creating any player instance. Can I just do it outside of main then? Can I just set them outside of main then? Absolutely, that is a great approach. Alright, cool. Updatable equals pygame.sprite.group. Drawable equals pygame.sprite.group. Okay, and then okay. Is no attribute Spirte. Yeah, that would not work. Spread. Yep, still nothing. All right. Okay, cool. Nice. We did all that and still nothing. Updatable, drawable, drawable, draw. Okay. Make sure when you do this, you're still creating the actual player instance after the containers have been set up. The key is that the player.containers assignment needs to happen before any player constructor calls. Yeah, that is also happening. Still no triangle. Now what is the problem? I see the issue. You're still setting player.containers after creating the player object. So players.containers need to be before player. Player.containers equals updatable drawable. I'm not sure why though. Does that even make any fucking sense? Now it just doesn't work. There's no attribute image. You know what? Editing would be the best. Okay, so here you go. Here you go. See? I did it before. Now what? Now fucking what? Perfect. That's exactly the right order, young apprentice. Now you have... yeah, great. This should work correctly now. However, I noticed there's still one small issue with your drawing code. Drawable. According to the lesson structure, you should loop over all drawables and draw them individually. If I do a for and change the line to loop through the drawable group and call draw screen on each individual. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's do the for loop. Okay, cool. So for thing in group. Okay, for drawable, no, that doesn't make no sense. For drawable and drawable, no, that doesn't make a lot of sense. For player and drawable, that doesn't make a lot of sense. For player in drawable, player dot draw screen. Cannot access local variable player where it is not associated with a value. Why is it so fucking complicated, man? This fucking language, man. Am I using drawable with a capital D? I am. You're right. You're fucking right. There. Oh, no. I still give the same fucking error on something else, though. Name would you like to use instead of player? Can you fix the loop to use the correct group name and choose a different variable? For draw and drawable, I guess. For draw and drawable. A draw the draw. Jesus Christ, man. Holy. How is this method better? Seems like I wrote a lot more code than I should. So right, that for just one player object, this seems just overkill. Yeah. Happens when objects can be in multiple groups at once. For example, asteroids might be in both updatable and drawable groups, but bullets might also be in a collidable group for collision detection. Does that help explain? Still have to write it. Like, it's not like it goes away. Like, I would still, like, even with 1000 objects, still have to write them 1000 times into, not write 1000 lines into the group, only to use the group. As for the measure shines, wise apprentice, you're thinking about backwards. You don't manually add 1000 lines to groups with 1000 lines of code. The containers system does all the work for you automatically. Watch this sorcery, please. Layers containers updatable. Asterisk containers updatable. Bullet containers updatable. Sure. For I in range 100, asteroid random X random Y. Automatic joins 3 groups. For I in range 50, bullet, each one automatic joins 3 groups. Oh, this is so not organized in my brain right now. Not writing, give me a graphical. Okay, so this is without groups, the best way, game loop. Update, okay. With groups set up once. This is. Then object creation, game loop. I guess. Okay, fine. Kinda get it. Just fucking. So basically, it's something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do it like group group dot update. Multiple update requirements. Well, not even, just like parses 1.update, 2.update, 3.update, 4.update, update inside of main, which would look like group.update main. And the beautiful part is that when you create object 6, 7, 8, and 10 later in your game, they automatically join the group too. So I remain. Okay, yeah. Alright. Organized it in my brain now. Okay, cool. Clear git status, git add main.py, git commits, edit groups, updatable, drawable, git log. Cool shit. Okay. Did I? Oh, come down this. I am so gonna have to redo all of this. After I finish everything. Like, I want to go. This is my goal. Right? Let's do this full screen for a second. I don't need this. Okay. My goal is, aside from like getting my daily chest, is when I go here, this, right? So I want to finish all of Python up to 10, build a static site generator in Python, which is fantastic. Really, really good thing. Right? And I think this is it for Python. Up to like learn data structures, which is deep to learn. So I want to learn all of Python here. I finish up to 10, and then I relearn. Like, I go back to all of this. Learn Linux, super easy. Like, it honestly, like, even just like by doing it the first time, I was like, okay, whatever. Like, I think the whole course took me like less than an hour. Again, 66 assignments, classes basically. Yeah, well, assignments more correctly. Yeah. Problem is, I'll have to hit restart on all of them. Yeah. Oh, I can just do this, right? Reset chapter per. Okay, perfect. I can just do that. Yeah, there we go. Reset. Good. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to relearn all of this once I reach 10. And they are, aside from learn data structures, this is gonna be a long one. This is like 3 to 4 days of learning. Oh boy. Okay, let's finish this. Again, technically I thought like this is gonna be super fast. It's like only 18, but holy man. How long have I been at it? 4 hours almost. Jesus. Okay. Some of them are like a lot faster, like that. You know. It's arguable that a critical part of asteroids is the, well, asteroids. Let's create another class to represent an asteroids. Okay, so we do create a new class called asteroids in a new file called asteroid. Nano asteroids.py. Okay, and then we create class asteroids. Asteroid, I guess. Mine asteroid or asteroids? Asteroid, okay. Yeah, okay. And yeah, we're doing, that's, no, hitting the wrong thing. And this is circle shape. Add a constructor with this signature, define init self x y radius. Override the draw method to draw the asteroid as a Pygame draw circle. Use its position radius and a width of 2. Draw the asteroid as a Pygame. So I need to take override. Is it the new define? Is that what it is? It is. Pygame draw circle. Use its position radius and a width of 2. Override. I think I get it. Draw. Let's see if this is actually helpful. Tracker. New class called asteroids. Override the draw method to draw the asteroid as a Pygame draw. Override the draw method to draw the asteroid as a Pygame draw circle. I feel like that's what I need to do. So what I do here is no, but then first of all, self dot x equals x dot y equals y dot radius equals radius, and then we do define draw, do xy radius, and then we do Pygame dot draw dot circle. Position, radius, and a width of 2. Self dot x, self dot y, self dot radius, width equals 2. Let me just see that this is how it is. Nano here. Nano circle shape. We got this. If else the self screen equals self that draws this screen equals by game draw screen draw circle self with screen equals that. Self that, right? That come from constant from player. Screen. No, I get it. Maybe. Radius equals done of that radius. It was self that radius though, but don't need to, I think. Read the update method so that it moves in a straight line, constant speed on each frame. It should add self.velocity times t. Fine. Update moves in a straight line at constant speed on each frame. Okay. Self.velocity transparent class circle shape. Self t. But no keys. Okay. Self t, and then it does. It moves in a straight line at constant speed on each frame. Self velocity, so parent class circle shape. So think I get it. Maybe. Nano asteroid. So here's self dt, and we got t self.t, I guess. T plus equals dot velocity times t. To its position, in the initialization code in main. Where the game loop starts, create a new sprite group which will contain all the asteroids. Here, asteroids game dot sprite dot group. Okay, and in all the asteroids, like we did with the player class. Set the static containers field to the asteroid class to the new asteroid group. Asteroid dot containers equals asteroids group. Container asteroid dot containers asteroid update. Oh, updatable probable. Ensures that every instance of the asteroid class is automatically added to these groups upon creation. We have written the asteroid field class for you. Contains. Oh, that would be too much. Yeah, it looks like it would be way too much for me. That would be way too much for me right now. Vectors and all that, yeah. And then every instance of the asteroid class is automatically added to these groups upon creation. We've written asteroid field class for you. It contains logic for spawning new asteroids. Create a new file called asteroid field. Okay, so just this nano asteroid field. That's by okay. And then nano main.py, we are going to import from asteroid field, import everything. No, this is, yeah, no, this is correct. Okay. And by file, set the static containers field to the asteroid field class to only the updatable group, not drawable, and it's not an asteroid. Okay, not drawable. Not drawable, it's not an asteroid itself. This is just. Wait. In the min.py file, set the static containers field of the asteroid field. Oh. Drawable. Then we have asteroid field containers equals updatable. Create a new asteroid field object in the initialization code. Asteroid field object in the initialization code, not in the loop. We got the player. Now we need the asteroids. Create a new asteroid field object in the initialization code. How do I make it? Asteroid field equals asteroid field. Pretty sure this is not what I'm supposed to do, but sure. Screen height. By 2. Yep. Here it comes. Okay, what we got? Asteroid.py. Invalid syntax. Okay, let me do nano player, class player, circle shape. Okay. Nano asteroids. Nano asteroid field. Import from asteroid import not a capital C. No, this is fine. Oh, it's not supposed to be a capital C. Nano asteroid.py is class. Okay, now we got this circle shape is not defined. Okay, nano player circle shape. Circle shape. Circle shape. Class player circle shape. I didn't import it. No, it's not. That's not how you do it. Me. From circle shape import. Okay. From circle shape import this. No. Okay, now what? Okay. Typo, that's fine. That's fine. Used to those. Yep, we are used to those. Okay. Alright, didn't take one potential argument, but 3 were given. Sun takes 1. Means I just do nano main. It doesn't take any of these. Oh no! None of these. Okay. Oh. That's something. Again, make sure asteroids are spawning and moving across the screen and that you didn't break your ship in the process. Totally broke my ship in the process. The initialization code. If I just do this. Okay. Alright, so here's my code. Here's my code. Nothing spawns. Yes, take my salmon. As I see you're working on the server field, the crucial part of that, you've shown me your main Py file, which looks like it's setting up the game loop and creating asteroid field. However, the asteroids themselves are defined in another file. Could you share? Yes, of course. So that means this might be fine. Okay. Nano asteroids.py. Welcome to the cosmic dance of programming, and looks like we are making good progress on the asteroid class. Let's take a closer look at what's going on. Based on how we started it, there are issues. Take all the things that might be causing your asteroid to be shy and not appear on screen. First, let's consider how a child class like asteroid should interact with its parent, circle shape. When you create an asteroid object, you're setting self.x, self.y, and self.radius. However, did you remember to properly initialize the circle shape part for your asteroid? What's the usual way to call a parent class's constructor in Python? Okay, second, let's start. No idea. Okay, don't remember. Second, let's turn our attention to the draw method in your asteroid class. Define draw xy radius. Radius equals da da da. Take a peek at the Pygame draw circle documentation. You can find it easily with a quick search online. What argument does it expect to draw a circle on the screen? How does your current draw method receive the necessary information like the screen itself? From the drawing also, why might radius equals da 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 be problematic? So many reasons. Think about these questions and let me know what you discover. What's wrong with the first one? It should interact with its parent circle shape when you create an asteroid object. Your setting, remove self from first. Remove self from unit. You know, you have young one. The self parameter is actually quite important. Okay, so it should be there. However, my question was more about how your asteroid class inherits from circle shape, ensures that the circle shape part of it gets properly set up. Remember, super. So I see our sorcerer super in it. Indeed, the incantation and the language. Super dot dish dish init dish dish. Boom. There's receive necessary arguments like x, y, and radius. X, y, radius. Once you've considered that, let's not forget the draw method. We still need to address the issues we discussed there. How will you adjust it? Correctly draw the asteroid Pygame circle. Okay, so this do self.radius. You're getting very close. I love when he says that because it's never actually close. 5 steps before, like away. Close with that super call. That's excellent progress. Let's break down. Look very closely at the end of this line. Dude, just say that you don't add. Like, just say that you do not add these guys there. God, man, you don't need to like be a dick about it. Take a close look at the line where you call super. Do you see any small extra character? So just say, yeah, you don't put that shit there. Also, if circle shapes init method, which you are now calling the super, already takes x, y, and radius, then I don't need them. You are 100% correct. And sets them up. Are the lines necessary? No. What would happen if you remove them? Nothing. Now for your draw. Remember, the draw is a method for the asteroid object. How do methods access the object's own attributes like this, this, and that? Essential parameter is usually the first one in a method definition. How do methods access the object's own attributes? Let's super that shit again. Yes, because I'm drawing it, I guess. Yeah, maybe. Super init. Nano layer, where's draw? Not here. Nano, it's not constants. What else do I have? Nano circle shape. Where's draw? Self screen. Self and screen. Okay. Self screen. So. Messaging. I don't need the super, the self in the super. You are right. There. Same here. We do super init dt. Okay. You're typing too much. I'm not gonna read everything, just the important shit. We're making strides. Okay. Stop typing so much. Using self and screen, just like init and update. Any instance method that needs to access the object's own data. Okay, so we're talking about draw right now. Pigment draw circle function requires the surface to draw on your screen object a color. Okay. Let's go back to the draw. How do you use the draw? Surf. Screen. So here it's just screen, I guess. Screen. White. Or white. How it is, and width. Screen white width equals 2. What is the 75 then? What's the 75 there? Width over 2. And just be a radius there, I guess. It's gonna tell me now, I guess. Making excellent strides on the init method, which is fantastic. Now let's focus our energy on getting those draw and update methods just right. Let's look at your draw method. This line is still incorrect and needs to be removed. Okay. Okay, just fucking sure. Get rid of it. Sleep, bro. It's 2 a.m. in India. How long you are going to do it? I have 7 more. So once I'm done, that's it. that's how long I'm going to be doing it, or until I just fucking rage quit, because I am getting to that point because this is just not penetrating my fucking skull. Method parameters. Remember that self must be the very first parameter in any instance method like draw. Okay. Not okay. What the fuck? Draw method needs to know where to draw, so it must accept a screen. There is a screen, bro. I put the screen there, man. Ooh. There's another parameter. Do I just... So I need to super the screen. Super. Super! Every time I say it, I think of Frankie. Init. Screen. Oh, this line is still a misstep. The init method is only setting up an object when it's first created. It should never be called within a drawer update. Wait, but I didn't even... What are you talking about? I don't even have that line. Oh, I had it. I deleted it. Oh, God. Still a misstep. The init method. Yeah. Okay. Arguments. You're closer with screen and white. However, circle needs the center coordinates and the radius to know where and how big to draw the circle. Your circle shape parent class manages these as self position and self radius. Also, circle just draws, it doesn't return the radius, so you shouldn't assign its result to self.radius. What do I assign it as then? Okay, let's do it like that. Let's write, I don't know, what is it? Where is it? Self.position and self.radius. Get in my error. You're closer with screen, yeah. Okay. Now for the update. This is still incorrect. No problem. Got rid of it. The draw method calling superint here is incorrect. Update method's job is to advance the state of the object, not to reinitialize it. Great. Updating position. The instructions are specific. It should add self velocity times dt to its position. So self dot position. The parent class already provides position. How do you add? Okay. Am I learning, bro? I don't know if I'm learning. Okay, here you go. Here you go. How do you like that? Splendid. Okay, splendid is a good sign. You're truly honing your spellcasting, especially with that update method. Let's look at your update method first. Okay, this is spot on. Great. What needs to be updated, and you're adding self velocity to the t to it, just as the assignment asks. Well done. Now let's turn our attention back to the draw. Thank you. Check the parameter again. You're so close. Really? I feel very fucking far. Method parameters. Remember our conversation about the self parameter? For an instance method to access the object's own attribute like self position, self radius, self must always be the first. So, okay, so self, then position, then radius. Screen object. Self and screen. This is self and screen. When you draw method is called, e.g. in main.py, the screen object, which represents the display surface, needs to be passed to it. Just like dt is passed to update, the screen needs to be passed to draw. So it knows where to draw. How would you add screen as a parameter to your draw? Okay, now that we are done with update. You are correctly including self and screen as parameters. Now using self somewhere with the correct screen object and white color. And as we discussed, your update method is also correctly implemented. With those two methods corrected, your asteroid class should be much happier. Since you mentioned nothing spawns early, it might be a good idea to ensure all the other pieces are in place. Asteroid class correctly inherits. Python 3 main. Fantastic. White is not defined. Nano asteroid. No. Oh. Nano asteroid.py. Alright, you don't know white? No problem, brother. We're just gonna do 255, 55, 55 for you. Alright, Python. Oh! Oh! Hey! Look at that. We got some asteroids flying about. Hell, look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Amazing. Amazing. Wow. Fuck. Alright. Git add all of them. Git not found. Not git. Git is add all of them. Alright. Git commit added asteroids. Alright, git log online. Alright, cool. Alright, cool. Collision. Here we go. We did collision of rectangles before. Now good luck figuring out collision of circles and the logic behind it. When the distance from the center is less than R1 plus R2. Okay. Notice that you can fly through asteroids without any consequences. We need collision detection now. Collision detection. Now, this is a fairly deep topic, but we are going to keep things simple. We'll treat everything, including a triangular ship, as a circle when it comes to collisions. Makes sense. Then collision between two circles is simple. We calculate the distance in the centers, called distance, and let's call the radius of one circle R1 and the radius of another circle R2. If distance is less than or equal to R1, R2, the circles are colliding. If not, they aren't. Everything that collides inherits from circle shape, so that seems like a good place to put collision logic. Add another method to that class to check for collision. It should take one argument, another circle-shaped object, and return true or false. Each circle shapes position. Okay, so everything that collides inherits from circle shape. So that seems like a good place to put collision logic. Okay. Clear last nano circle shape. Fine. Oh, interesting. So we just do this. Alright, sure, why not? Collision. And we have that seems like a good place to put collision logic. Add another method to that class to check for collision. It should take one argument, another circle shape object. R1, R2, I'm assuming, right? Self R1, R2. Self R1, R2. If self dot R1 equals R1, self dot R2 equals R2. If Yeah, but then I need to also position, right? So if self position if R1 self R1 position, maybe. No. See, what am I trying to do here? We have R1 and R2, right? So if my position, if self position and asteroid dot position, if self dot position plus R1 maybe, plus R1 plus R1 no, not how it works. R1 plus R2 oh, how do I go about this? I think it should take position and radius. I don't think it should take R1, R2. If self position plus self radius, no, I need to do radius. If self radius if self dot radius plus asteroid dot radius is greater is less equals to self dot position plus self dot radius this is my position minus I feel like this is minus asteroid dot position plus asteroid.radius. Return true, else return print is a vector, use its distance to method to calculate the distance between the two shapes. Oh, okay, so there is a better way to do it. Distance 2. Math vector 2, self position. Okay, so if we just do this. Alright, so here we just do that. That's greater to pygame dot math dot vector 2 dot distance 2 self dot position asteroid dot position. If both the radiuses are shorter than that distance, then we're fine, right? And I don't need the equal. So if it's less, then we are okay. If we are not, okay. All the objects in your asteroid group. I just need to return this, I think. Each circle's position property is After the update step in your game loop, iterate over all the objects in your asteroid group. Check if any of them collide with the player. If a collision detected, the program should print game over and immediately exit the program. Okay, for asteroids to simply pass through each other. Nano main.py after the updates, right? So we update. Here we check for collision, right? Update step in your game. Iterate over all the objects in your asteroid group. All the objects in your asteroids group. Where's the quit thing? I game quit. Oh. Since use of tab spaces. I know why. Okay. Nano asteroid. Not it. Every time. Nope. Jesus. Nano circle. This is why. It's not. I think it is. So this. Into that. This. How much time you are into coding? 3 weeks, maybe? Something like that, 3 weeks. Not more than a month. Not more than a month. And I am dreading many moments of it. Every time I gotta start, every time I like wanna start again, I'm like, fuck me, man, this is gonna suck. Then I go to sleep and we're fine. What is this? Expect an indented block. This is in circle shape. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Right there. Okay, name X is not defined. Why is it not defined now? Because I have to. Yep, have to do that. That's why. Okay. Ah, damn it. No collision. No collision right now. So that did not work, but at least we are spinning. At least we can move around. Okay, so let's go here. Return if the two radiuses are smaller than the distance. This is true. From starting, 1 month. Like, have I ever coded before? To an extent, sure. But like, you know, I did QBasic when I was like in 5th grade, so like 30 years ago, right? I studied a bit of cybersecurity. I did a course and we very briefly did loops. In university, we were studying, we had one of the courses for kinesiology, by the way, where we had to do like some Excel functions, mostly if statements, right? So like that is like literally like the crux of my knowledge. QBasic from 30 years ago, Excel if statements, and we did, I think, one loop for a script in cybersecurity, like the most basic of basic stuff, and it was mostly copy paste. There wasn't like thinking about what it does. So that is the crux of my knowledge for coding. So technically, I would say when I say not more than a month, I think I'm being pretty honest. Plus, I don't remember QBasic at all, like in terms of just how to even write it. Like I don't remember any of the codes. I feel like it was similar to Python to an extent. I think this is incorrect. If this is less than this, I don't even know if I need the brackets, but okay. So if the two radiuses, if this radius is smaller than what is supposed to be the distance, we should be fine. Because unless, then this would be false. Okay, so collision should be fine. Nano main.py. I'm not calling for the collision though. For event in Pygame, wait, no. Need to be calling the collision, no? Start learning HTML. Any advice? No idea, man. Honestly, the only advice everyone gives is like just repetition. Right, just repetition. I would say if you can't read what is being like, for me, I have a big problem with writing. When I see a code, I can kind of understand what it is trying to do. Right? It takes me a while, but it's like I can kind of read it. So, for example, Russian is not my main language, but I can speak Russian. I can very slowly read Russian and understand what it is. I cannot write Russian. That is how I feel with Python, for example. If I see like if I see code, I can read it slowly. I can kind of understand what it does. But if you ask me to write it, I won't be able to. And the only way to get through it is first being able to read it, Second, being able to write it. Writing it is repetition. Like there's no real other way. Just exposure to writing it, in my opinion, is the only way to go about it. Reading, however, you can do with less repetition. You just have to find a code, write what you think it is, and have like some AI bot tell you where you're wrong or not. I use Boot.Dev, so I have the bot here. I tell it to like give me examples of code to read and see if I understand what it is, for example. All right, so for example, if I go to the previous page, give me an example of code and see if I can interpret what it means. All right. All right, so he's going to give me some code. What do you think this and this will output and why? Right? And also, can you explain what the super init XY line does in the square class? Right, so like this is how I practice trying to read it. Here's my cat losing its mind trying to leave the room. I guess. Cat is acting weird today. Very, very just very, very weird behavior by the cat. Right. So this is how I learned to read, right? Like I read this and try to understand what everything does, and then, answer the question. And if I'm wrong, it will correct me. Yada yada yada. So like reading it, that's how I learn. Writing is just practice. That's at least how I go about it. Okay, now, so this is wrong because this shouldn't be asteroids, so it should be collision. Let's call it find collisions, maybe. And then go here for collision in collisions, maybe. in collisions. Collisions. Collisions is not defined. Did you mean collision? No, I meant collisions because that's how I have it here. Define collisions. 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 Maybe an asteroid or collision in asteroids. Asteroids. If collision false. Doubt it. Cannot assign to function call here. Maybe you meant, yeah, maybe I meant that. Maybe I meant double. Maybe I meant that. I don't know. Nope, there's an error. You know any other? Nope, I do not know any other programming language. I don't even know this programming language. Did you mean collision? Name collision. Wait, hold up. This is the error it's giving me here. Name collisions is not defined. Did you mean collision? Let's do clear. Let's run it again. Okay, if collisions false. Name collisions is not defined. Did you mean collisions? I need to call it. I need to call on it. I need to do self, I guess. Name self is not defined. What I call it? Call on it. What do I call it with? Player? I need group, right? No, that doesn't make sense. How do I call it? I'm calling player to update. I'm doing that. I'm calling for maybe collisions.update. That doesn't make any sense either. Fuck me. I just don't know how to call it. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing anymore. Python main 3 nano main. Python from this only, or you have taken in lecture courses like from YouTube? Pretty much only from this. In my free time, when when I'm at the gym just doing cardio, like treadmill or bike or elliptical, like, you know, because I also do swimming, I put on a video from YouTube about a certain concept. So for example, I always have a hard time with dictionaries and lists, but mostly not so much understanding what they are, but like taking elements from a dictionary or a list and using that element. So if I do a for loop, like for I in dictionary, when I equals something, I want to take it out, I want to pop it, whatever. So I would find a video that talks about that subject, for example, right? Very, very basic shit. I don't do it too often, but like if I do, that's when I do it. Yeah. Like if I'm like, for example, today I'm not gonna do it, even if I go to the gym, because I would need my brain to just fucking rest from this. I want this to be the last thing I do, for my brain to just like fucking like think and like try to organize all this information of what is going on here. Anyways, yeah, I need help, so I'm gonna go to here. I'm gonna ask this guy, is this correct for collisions? Jesus. Oh, shit, I'm not in the... Cancel, wait, hold up. That's not right. That's not right. Do this. I'll do it like this then. This position. It's your full-time profession. Right now, unemployed, waiting to get a call back. So right now I have all day to learn and break my fucking head. Direction, but let's pause and analyze your code step by step. You wrote a method that takes in position and radius as parameters, but inside the method you reference asteroid.radius and asteroid.position. Where is asteroid coming from? In this case, I didn't import it, did I? Wrote a method that takes in position radius. Yeah, where is asteroid coming from in this case? The standard approach as described in the lesson is to write a method that takes one argument, which is another circle-shaped object, like the asteroid. That's what I'm doing though. Logic should compare if the distance between the two centers is less or equal the sum of the two radii. Is your comparison operator this or that? Which value should go on which side of the person? I hate when you do this, because I can easily compare it from the opposite side. Like, it doesn't matter, man. Fuck you. There, you happy? Oh my god. Fucking clicked something again. There, you happy? There. Now I have to do it a complete if statement. Thank you very much for that, piece of shit. How do you earn money and able to pay your expenses? I have some savings for a couple months, so right now I'm okay to not learn because I have some money in the bank. But obviously I am also looking for a job at the moment. But while I'm not working, try to learn as with however much my brain allows me to. If then true, return true, else don't even need. No, this returns. No, this returns false. Else is true. Okay. How about this, Mr. Bear? How about this? Does this make you happy now? I fucking reverted it to an if statement. Trying to work on a collision detection method, but let's practice some critical thing together before we continue. What is the purpose of the collision method? Should it return true when a collision is detected or false? Fine, return true. Okay, you're right. You are actually correct. Okay, you wrote self the radius. Okay, in this method, where do you get access to the int method vector? Which kind of you are into? What do you mean, which kind? Which kind of job? Construction for now. Move shit around, pick up, put it down where it needs to be. Break my body upon the concrete. Basically. Nothing too interesting, realistically. But I also know that I can't do it my whole life. Back problems, knee problems, shoulder problems. I don't want that. I want to be as healthy as I can for as long as I can. So that's why I want to learn coding. Maybe next year. Hopefully before, but I doubt it. Get a job as like, I don't know, back-end development or something. Yeah. Or does the method work differently on vector to object? More general variable. To which general variable do I have? 3. No idea, never used it before. This was the method I found to use. Distance to. Let's think. Yeah, let's think, man. I can do that. Okay, that's cool. If you do military, will you still be pushing for these jobs? Yes. Of course I will. Why not? Also, I want a job like this in the military. Like, it's like, you know, like I'm applying for intelligence and shit. Like, why you don't try to watch lectures from YouTube and then try this? I do not learn from lectures. Like, straight up, I just cannot learn from lectures. They are usually not very interesting. I zone out a lot. I don't retain any information unless I type it in. I need to make a lot of mistakes to remember how to do something properly. Lectures, like, just really not my thing. Like, I just can't learn from lectures. I completely zone out. Yeah. Like, right now, struggling with this one stupid thing, making these errors, having them corrected, and then when I'm going to repeat it later on, like, obviously not today, and I'm gonna, like, because I'm going to dashboard learning. Nope, not that. Dashboard courses. Okay, so right now I finished up to, learn Linux, Object, Java. Didn't learn it yet, whatever. Right. Let me just make this a bit easier to see. Go to courses here. Okay, so right now I finished up to here, right? Once I get to 10, which is basically the end of Python, I'm going to repeat all of these. Now I retain a lot of the knowledge from here, but it's not perfect. I have a lot of holes. But what I retain is great. What I don't retain, because I don't remember it, this would be like, oh, right, yeah, this is, oh, yeah, this is, oh, yeah, okay, I got it, right? And then I'll remember it a lot better, right? That is what works for me. I'll just like errors, like just making mistakes over and over and getting pissed off about me making these mistakes, like literally like losing my fucking mind, right? That is how I learn. I cannot learn from lectures. I tried. I put lectures on, like when I was doing treadmill, I put like the, what do you call it, CS50 by, was Harvard or whatever. And I was like, I get it. If I have to repeat it, I don't get it. And it's like a 3-hour lecture and I don't remember anything. Right? It's like, oh, this is simple, this is simple, this is simple. And it's like, I don't get it. Like, okay. right? I get it when he says it, and then you ask me, it's like I don't get it, and I have to type shit in. I have to like write it. I have to try it, right? I have to make errors in order to like get it, right? I don't know if I'm like a fast or a slow learner. Some stuff I just get and it's fine. Some stuff I just like, it's so hard for me to get, and the only way for me to get is to do this. Like just fucking break my head against the wall. So yeah. Okay, so I can just do, so that's cool, alright. So I can do if radius, yada 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 yada, if self dot position. Also, it's great for me to type a lot. Like I am not fast enough of a typer. To asteroid dot position. The only real way to learn is application failure. Hearing someone say something while you do nothing is foolish. I don't know if I wouldn't call it foolish, but like it's just I can't learn this way. I know some people can. Some people learn just by hearing stuff. Like I'm a visual and like practical learner. I don't have like audio learning at all. Okay, 2. The method should take one argument, another circle-shaped object, not specifically an asteroid. Can I just do other then? Self and other. And then I put other. And here is other. Nicely done, that's much closer. Now a question to guide your thinking further. Is there anywhere that this function should return false? Why would you need to check if the circles aren't colliding? Elif self.radius plus other.radius. I mean, honestly, you should just say false, but whatever. Self.position.distance to other position. Turn. Also, don't I need to have a column there? No. I feel like this is not correct, but I feel like you're certainly on the right path. Here's something to ponder. Do you need that else if condition, or you could just simplify your logic with just an if and an else? Sure, else. Yeah, like I said, like I could probably just do that. Yeah. Else. Why don't I have the thing there though? Plan, that's much cleaner. Now a curious question to you, since your condition itself already validates true or false, is there an even more compact way to write this function using just a single return? This is what I did before, you piece of shit! Oh my god. Self.radius plus other.radius less than self.position.distance to other. Almost there. Think carefully about the comparison. We want the method to return true if the circles are colliding, which is when the distance is less than or equal. Oh, dude. Fucking moron. Oh my god. I am such an idiot. This is just return. This is all just return. I didn't need to change anything. Why am I fucking stupid? That's in line return captures exactly what's needed. Return true. Before moving on, consider, does your method name collisions best describe what this function does when it returns true or false? What might a more descriptive method name be for checking if a collision is happening? And with your answer, make sure to update your game loop as well. Would you like some guidance on integrating this check into your main loop? Does your method collisions? I mean, I can just call. Guess I can call it collision instead. It's a wise idea instead of collisions, or perhaps even is colliding. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, is colliding. Wow, fucking English right there. Can make the purpose clear so anyone reading your code immediately understands it returns whether a collision is detected. Before we proceed, do you recall where in your game loop you're supposed to check for collisions with the player according to the lesson? What would happen if a collision is found? Just gonna, here you go. Here, fucking tell me why I'm wrong. It's all brothers, ending up your game loop. Let's use some critical thinking to help you focus that collision check. Which object? Oh wait, hold up. I also need to change these before I even read that. For collision in no. If no, this is all wrong. Think. No, if collision is true, by the way. That also, but none of this makes sense. Is colliding. If is colliding update equals true. Which actually has the collision method. Right now you're looping. Yeah. Okay, here. Let's try this one. There you go. For the changes. I don't want to read unnecessary shit. And let's refine your approach with a few guiding questions. In your loop for collision asteroids, what does each collision represent? Is it an asteroid? Does the variable have a more descriptive name? Sure. Your collision method is called is colliding or collision. What should call it? Should be update or something involving both player and the asteroid. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. If your collision method is called is colliding or collision, who should call it? Should it be update or something involving both player and the asteroid? What the fuck contains both player and asteroid? My brain, bro, it's not working. Oh my god. Pygame.quiz is an event constant, not a function to quit the program. Do you remember which Python function will immediately stop the program when a collision is detected. I don't know. 2, don't know. 3, fuck. If player is colliding asteroid, print game over. Why? Why? Until literally I rage quit or I finish a lesson and I feel like I had enough. There's no. Some days I go like 10 hours, some days I go like 2 hours. Like it's not like I don't have like a standard time. Like some days, for example, I'm distracted. I'm not like I can try and learn. I'm not learning anything. If I'm like thinking about other shit, like if I'm reading, let's say I'm reading the assignment and I have to read it like 5 times to understand what it wants from me, like I just don't remember what it is. Like add another method to that class to check for collisions, and I'm like, what did I just read? And I add another method to the class. Add another. Like if I'm doing that, to like I am not learning that day. My brain is somewhere else. I don't know if I need to go exercise. I need like maybe I didn't sleep properly. Like I just take caffeine, take nicotine, try to like get my mind focused. If I can't, I just go and do a workout or play a video game to just relax. Give it like an hour, 2 hours, try again. I don't have like a thing. I have to be like in a mindset where I can actually learn. I can't force it upon myself. It just doesn't work for me. Yeah, I'm retarded, so yeah. Yeah. It's colliding asteroids. Speaking of roids, handle collision, or if your function is called is colliding, it is called like that. In your loop, each variable you get from for something in asteroids will be a single asteroid. So it's typical to say for asteroid in that's literally what I had before for asteroid in asteroids. Problem is I don't have. Yes, I do. I have a group called asteroids. And this is not it. I need to like do an exception, I think. In loop, each variable you get from or something in asteroid will be a single asteroid. Wait, if player. If player is colliding. Man, like I'm reading this. This makes sense to me. I don't know how I would have like fucking drew the lines to write this. I like, yeah, obviously if player is colliding with an asteroid, print game over. Yeah, that's fantastic when you read it. How do I get logically to understand that this is actually what it does? To write it, I don't know. Print game over. Oh, no capital O here. So to quit the program in Python, you can use import sys.exit. Okay. How does the structure make sense to you? It makes sense when I read it. It doesn't make sense for me to write it. I feel like this is still wrong. I feel like I have a problem here with the asteroids. Is a function, so it must be called with parentheses. Sure. Now you just have doesn't actually quit. Imports. It's best to put your imports like import sys at the very top. I know, but at the same time, if I only need it for that. Circle this info, the bot for clarify and style. Move that up with your other. Zero collision check should look like this. For asteroid and asteroids, if player is colliding asteroid at the very top of your file, this. No, I'm good. There. There's no way this works though. Like I'm not. Would you like a quick summary of your wonderful progress? Okay. I am 99% sure this doesn't work because of the terms. I stand corrected. It fucking works. Where's my message though? Game over. Okay. I want to see what happens if these guys collide. No, game over. And game over. Okay. How much was I earning my past job? Enough. Not a lot, but enough for my expenses and to have some savings. I was like 5K ish, around 5K, 4 to 5K. Like some weeks I worked less. It was kind of like, if there's work, you work more. If there's not less work, you work less. But yeah, not too much, just enough. Also, didn't work there very long. We kind of finished when I joined, we finished the project, so I'm just waiting for news about the other project. Yeah. Either way, this if I don't hear by Wednesday, because it's a long weekend right now, if I don't hear by Wednesday, I'll start to apply to other jobs for sure. Yeah. Okay, we're done with this motherfucker. Now we add. I'm done with this step. Now we need to add the shots. What are you doing with the gun space? Let's take things further by giving the player the ability to shoot at the asteroids. Bullets are small circles, move at a constant speed in a straight line. Split up asteroids when they collide with them. Oh, the split. Oh, how to split. Like, I can probably figure out how to shoot given enough time. The fuck do you split? It's definitely an if statement, if collision, yeah. But it's not player, if shot. If shot is colliding with asteroid, you remove the asteroid, and you, like, how do you split it? Where are you from? Canada. Okay, new shot class to represent a bullet. It should also inherit this. Okay, so we're doing. Okay. Shot class represent a bullet. It should also inherit from circle shape so that it can use our collision detection. Do I make a new? I should. Should be under player. To be fair, it should be under player. Nano player. It should definitely be under player. But we're making a brand new class. Fuck it. I just put it here. Class. Oh, by the way, no, don't save. Do not save. What's this? Hey, I just emailed you something to print. You can print pages 3 to 9, then I will go over it with her. Okay. Okay. How far am I through shooting? Submit your repo, rate, limit, destruction, splitting. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I needed to add, right? If we have git status, so git add everything, git commit m added collision between self and asteroid, git log online. Collision between self and asteroid. Yep, and asteroids. D but above FPS set to 60. Created black screen loop. Added triangle. Triangle moves back and forth. Added groups. Updatable. This, that. Okay, cool. Now we do nano player. We add a class shot, which still uses circle shape. Fine, init. And we also use use our collision detection code. It should look very similar to our asteroid class in that it will be drawn and have its position updated. Use a new shot radius constant and set it to 5. What do I need here? I think just self. Yeah, I think I just need self. And then we need to use super init x, y, and what are we using? Why did it? I didn't save. Fuck, I have to read. I was just gonna saw hundreds of people standing in line for one job. Yeah, that can happen. Yeah, I'm not sure why they would stand in line because practically all jobs here are you apply online or you call the guy. So I don't know why they're standing in line for a job, but I don't know where that was. In Canada, you just apply online. Like practically no one goes in with a resume anymore, unless maybe like restaurants, I guess, or clubs, maybe. I don't know. I feel like even those are you do everything online now. I want to go to circle shape. If has attribute self containers super and then self containers super init. Yeah, I didn't write this code, so it's very hard for me to know what the fuck. But I do nano asteroids.py. We basically need to copy this thing. Super init xy radius, and then we basically copy asteroid, right? I think. Do I know any Indians in Canada? No. I worked with a few, but we never got to be like friends or whatever. Just work alongside them. Previous like the job on the what do you call it, in the building that we were constructing. Like 3 Indians, 2 of them security, 1 of them was a cleaner. So got to talk to them, but like nothing like too close. Honestly, everyone I worked with, I'm not like too close with. I'm not somebody who makes friends really easily. Okay, so take asteroid, define init self xy radius, super init xy radius. This is fine. That it will be drawn and have its position update. So basically, I just copy that. It will be drawn and have its position updated. Use a new shot radius constant and set it to 5. Could also inherit from circle shape. Oh, it's there. Less shot. Circle shape. Def init self x y radius super init xy radius. Where is it? Shot radius equals 5. Now we have the draw, I think. Nano. Wait. Nano layer, actually, because we have the draw here too, right? No? We have the update, we have the move, we have the triangle. Oh, we don't have the draw here, do we? Right. Nano asteroid dot py. Draw self screen, pygame draw circle screen is gonna be this self position, self radius, not self radius. I do self dot position. I don't think I'm doing self dot position. I think I'm doing position. Pygame draw circle. Fine, draw self screen. Pygame dot draw dot circle screen 5 5 self dot position shot radius. Wait. Then we do move as well. I just use. I think I just use move, right? Shot dot move, maybe. I don't know. As far as one goes, how does this look? Ah, he's thinking all right. He's thinking all right. Oh my god. And then gotta go to sleep in like less than 2 hours. Take your time, bear bro. Take your goddamn time. Oh, I didn't even. Bro, I'm gonna eat all my fucking salmons. Hello? There we go. Noble Endeavor, crafting your shot class. Let's take a look. You've got a good start with inheriting from circle. However, I spot a couple of things we can ponder over. Not ponder over, fucking. Is there anything missing at the very end of that line? Oh. Whatever. Like this, these are like the non-issues. I don't care about that. You've declared shot radius is 5 inside your init method. If shot radius is meant to be a constant used by all shot objects and also used in your draw method, where do you think it would be placed? Both init and draw can readily access it. Why not just self dot? Both init and draw can easily access it without issues. Also think about how the radius parameter you're passing to relates to shot radius. How should the shot's actual radius be determined? With self.shot radius. What is the line shot.move doing at the very end of your code block? What do you intend for it to do? Move! And where might it typically appear if it's meant to make a shot instance move? I don't know, man. Fine, I'll remove it, bro. I don't know where to put this. What do you think it's supposed to do? Keep up the excellent work. There you go. Excellent work, my ass. Like, I am at the point, though, that I'm like, I don't know if I'm learning anything anymore. Like, I'm pretty fucking taxed already. Clearly added the column to draw and remove the mysterious shot. The mysterious, yeah. Now let's focus a bit more on shot radius. You have made it self.shot radius, which means each shot now has its own shot radius attribute. However, the assignment should use a new shot radius constant and set it to 5. When we talk about a constant in this context, we usually mean a value that doesn't change and is the same for all instances of a class, even throughout the entire program. Consider this: if shot radius is truly a constant that is always 5 for every single shot, does it need to be an attribute of each individual shot object? Might such a constant typically be defined so that all shot instances and perhaps other parts of your code can access it easily without recreating it every time? I don't know. I don't know, man. What do you want me to do? It's like, oh, don't do it like this. Well, then I'm making it as a self shot. Well, if you use it as a self, then like everyone's gonna be fucking changing it. God. Can I just write 5, man? Can I just fucking let me write 5, man? Like, here, I'll just write fucking 5. You piece of fucking shit. Oh my God. As you can see, I'm reaching my fucking limit here. Every shot will always be 5 due to this blah blah blah. Pass a radius parameter into your init method and then also pass it to super.init. How would you adjust init and the call to super to reflect? I don't know what you... I don't know. I don't know, man. You've made another excellent adjustment by using 5 directly in your draw method. But let's consider the initial prompt again. It asks you to use a new shot radius constant set to 5. Okay, bro. You want to play it like this? Okay, here you go. Here. Shot radius. Jesus. Shot radius equals 5. Alright. And then I'm gonna go here and use shot radius. Are you happy with that? Is this what you wanted? There. Are you happy? Oh my God, man. You're certainly persisting in your appearance. You removed the shot radius definition to draw as well, but it's still being defined inside the methods, which makes it a local variable. Remember, the goal is to define shot radius as a constant that applies to all shots. Oh, I don't know what the fuck you want me to do, man. Here, I'm gonna make this a self. I'm gonna leave this like that. Here you go. Here. You happy now? Is this what you wanted? We're back to a familiar pattern. Defining 5 inside init still makes an attribute of each individual shot. Oh my God. This works in terms of setting a radius. It's not quite what's meant by a constant. I don't know what you want to do. Do you want me to put it over here? Here. Shot radius equals 5. Huzzah! That's what you want me to do. Grasp the true essence of a class constant, young apprentice. Placing shot radius equals 5 directly inside the class shot block, but outside any method, makes it a class variable. This is precisely where a constant shared by all instances should live. Great. Now let's refine two more areas. In your init method, you still have radius as a parameter. I do. If every shot will now always have the radius defined by shot, do you still need to accept an external radius? No. But don't I have to put it there because of super? Oh, I can actually... Can I just take it out? Because doesn't super take 3 fucking variables? Splendid progress. You have correctly placed shot as a class variable and adjust your init method and super call to reflect that the radius is now fixed. Okay, I thought for some reason that super had to take the same amount of arguments as you're taking from it, minus the self. Okay. And the call to reflect that the radius is now fixed and constant for all shots. That's a grand step. Now, for the final polish on this part, in your draw method, you're trying to use shot radius. I am. While shot radius is indeed defined at the class level, when you access from within an instance method draw, how do you typically tell Python that you're referring to the shot radius belongs to the shot class? Think about how you would refer to a method of the class or a static attribute of the class. Okay, lucky guess. How you access class variable from within the method. Now, how about you put that understanding into practice and update your draw method with shot.shot radius. Yeah, I did. Okay. All right, here you go. Just so you like leave me alone about this. Excellent work, young apprentice. You have successfully defined shot radius as a class constant and are using it correctly in your draw method by referencing shot radius. This specifically was intended. However, there's one tiny adjustment. In your init methods, call to super. Remember that circle shapes constructor init likely expects the x, y, and radius parameter to set up the circle's properties. Yes, that's why I had the fucking radius there. Move the radius parameter from your this signature, but when you call super xy, you're only passing the xy coordinates. How would you pass the constant shot radius to the circle shape constructor so that the shot object is initialized with its correct radius? Do you want me to put shot radius in there? That's very close, so that's not it. Also, the right to include the radius. However, remember how we just discussed X shot radius in the draw? Oh, okay. Shot radius, yeah. Is this what you want? Yep. Piece up there. Yay. I've been at this for 5.5 hours. Usually when you learn, it's supposed to be like 25-minute increments. Fuck this. You have successfully completed the first point of the assignment. Do you have any other questions about this shot class? I have a lot of questions to which I don't want an answer at the moment. Okay. Oh, wrong. Alright, set up a new group in your initialization code and make it contain all of your shots. Yes. Nano main shots equals pygame dot sprite dot group like this, and shot containers equals shot. For number 2, excellent move. Setting up your for shots. A solid start for part 2 of your quest. Now let's look at this line. Shot containers shots. Take a cluster loop. Oh, capital. This. And correction, the commercialization and print shot the shots is much better as the correct reference to your shots group. You're very close to containers. Containers. Attribute expects either a single group or an iterable, like a tuple or a list. Groups. While shots technically creates a tuple containing your shots group, often simpler when you only have one group. How would you assign just the shots group directly to shots.containers without making it a tuple? Small change, not important. Well, if it's a tuple, then we just remove the brackets. Remove brackets. Precisely, young apprentice. Actually, I am what am I? What am I at right now? Disciple? I'm a young disciple now, okay? You know, I'm a disciple. Thank you very much. Not an apprentice anymore. I leveled the fuck up. Oh my god. Shots by game sprite group. This equals shots. Okay. Handle the second point of the assignment. Perfect. Alright. Add player shoot speed to your constants file. Okay, cool. Save this. Nano constants. Alright. Do player shot shoot speed equals 500. Oh, that is fast. That is fast, man. In your player class, add a new method called shoot. In your player class, define shoot. Going to assume it's self-NDT again. Is it not? Method should create a new shot at the position of the player, set the shot's velocity, start with the PyCam vector 2, 0, 1, rotate in the direction the player is facing. Oh my god. Scale it up. Oh my god. How do I do that? Has rotate, it has move. You set the position of the player. I think it's just self though. Everything else I think it takes from something. Okay, so set the shots. Okay, create a new shot at the position of the player. Shot dot position. No. Or is it shot dot position player? I feel like that's create new shots at the position of the player. So I just do position equals shot dot position player. Okay, set the shot's velocity. Start with a vector. Where do I have the vectors? There. So we do velocity equals pygame dot vector 201 dot rotate player dot position. Scale it up by multiplying player shoot speed to make it move faster. Times player shoot speed. Is this number 4? Alright, young apprentice, let's cast our eyes upon your shoot method. This is where the magic of projectiles begin. Just get to the point. You've got some good ideas here, but let's break down each part to make sure our spell is perfectly potent. Creating the shot. The line shot the position doesn't quite create a new shot object. Remember how you created instance of shot before? How do you typically call a class to create a new object? Draw. Christ. Remember how you create an instance of shot before? Create a new object. Does init method expect to set its initial position? What position should a new shot have when it's created? Bro, fucking one question at a time. Holy shit. Vector 2, take a very, very close look. Pygame vector 2. Game vector. Vector. Whatever. Rotation direction. The sign says to rotate the vector in the direction the player is facing. You've used player position. So the rotation argument is player position at an angle. Okay, so player dot rotation, sure. Player dot rotation. Okay. Referencing player inside an instance method like shoot when you want to refer to the current player object, the one that shoot was called on. How do you usually refer to it? Hint, it's one of the parameters of the method itself. Itself. Get it? Self. Okay. Browser apprentice, you have vanquished vector 2 typo and correctly use self-rotation to turn the direction of your shot's velocity. Truly sagely. Now let's focus on the very first part of your shoot method, shot, draw. Remember the goal of for this line is to create a new shot at the position of the player. When you call shot draw, you're trying to tell the class shot to draw something. But drawing is an action performed by an instance of shot. Okay? And you haven't actually created that instance yet. Shot.shoot. Shoot that shot. And to how you create a new shot object. What's the syntax for making a new instance of a class? And does its init method expects to set its initial position? Not secret. Super init. What does its init position method expect to set its initial position? You're thinking about constructors, which is good, but super init in the shoot method isn't quite right. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I didn't fucking write it. The shoot method belongs to the player class and its job is to create a new shot object. Okay. Calling, yeah, inside player shoot would try to reinitialize the player. Okay. Think back to how you create any new object in Python. How do you create an instance of a class? For example, if you wanted to create a new player object, you might do my player this. So for step 4.1, create a new shot. New shot, sure, equals. You call the shot class to create a brand new shot. New shot. What argument does the shot class's init method? Fuck is the motherfucking init method? Like, what do you want from it? Super init xy shot. It takes it from circles shape. Cool. What am I? I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you want? Expects for its position. What argument does the shot class's init method expect for its position? As you create the new shot object, you need to store it in a variable. New shot equals. No, bro. Shot self. That's exactly what I want to do right now. Shot self. That's what I want to do. Shoot my fucking brain off. You're getting closer. Am I really? I'm getting closer to the fucking edge. This is where I'm getting closer to. Oh, you've correctly identified that you need to create a new shot and assign it to a variable. That's great. However, let's revisit the init method of your shot class. Great. When you create a new shot, like new shot equals shot self, you are passing the entire player object self as the first argument. The shot's init method is making an x condition and a y condition coordinate for the shot's starting position. How would you get the x and y coordinates from the player object self to pass to the self.x, self.y? Excellent. Young apprentice. I'm very close, so it's not excellent yet. Correctly identified that you need to extract XY coordinates from player object. You're very close. The player object, much like your shot object, likely stores its position as a Pygame vector 2 to get the individual X and Y components from Pygame vector 2 object. You access them as attribute. Self.position X, self.position Y. How would you use these to properly initialize your new shot? Self.position X, self.position y. Once you've created that new shot, remember the second part of point 4. Set the shot's velocity. I got the velocity perfectly. In the next line, how would you assign that velocity to your new created new shot object? We'll figure that out. So are we good now? Why is there 2 dots here? Oh, fuck me, man. Take a closer look. Once you fix that, remember the final part. Yeah. Okay, so the final part is that. Okay, cool. Now we somehow do that. Okay. I feel like I need to... Isn't it just move? Should that move? I don't know, man. I don't know. Fucking... I don't know. Alas, young apprentice, it seems you have taken a detour into the mystical realm. Should that move, which is not quite the path we're on for setting a shot's velocity. Remember, the goal is to set the velocity of your new shot object. Already calculate the velocity. Now, how do you assign a value to an attribute of an object in Python? You had a player object named myPlayer and you want to set its speed to 10. You'd write myPlayer.speed is 10. Great, so new shot dot velocity. New shot dot speed equals velocity. No, that's not right either. You had a player object named myPlayer and you want to set its speed to 10. You'd write myPlayer.speed equals 10. Using that same pattern, how would you assign the velocity of calculate to the velocity attribute of your new... So close to having your shot. God. Velocity is the number. So my shot dot what? Should be dot fucking move though. Likely a method. How would you assign the velocity you calculate to the velocity attribute? I don't know, man. It's fucking the velocity. Here. There's no way this is correct. How is this correct though? I'm using the same variable. Tells you how you assign the compound velocity to the new shot object. With that, your shoot method for the player class looks complete for point 4 of the assignment. Now for the 5th and final point of the assignment. Inside your player class, handle the space bar. We call the shoot method when it is pressed. Do you have any questions about the shoot method, or are you ready to tackle handling? Okay, now I need to do that. Okay, that is probably like the easiest part. That's I say that. If keys pygame dot key space. Yep. Oh. Call shoot. Is it self dot shoot? It's a self dot move. And the right trigger and prints detecting the key is exactly what's needed. However, I see two small adjustments. Two, not one, huh? So but yeah, this doesn't count. Okay, now look at the line where you intend to call your shoot method. Self that shoot that move. When you want to execute a method or should no, it should be self that move, no? Typically add after its name. Oh wait, hold up. Self dot shoot this. Ooh. Spot on, young prince, and the column to the if statement and the parentheses to self dot shoot are precisely the finishing touches needed. With that, you have successfully completed all the steps for this assignment. Okay. Not all of them. Don't we have the split still? Oh, we're doing run your game, make sure the bullets are being created and moving in the correct direction. Item 3, main. Yep, there we go. Unindented does not match any other indentation level. Where was this? Define init line 12, line 42. Jesus. Self xy def init. Def init self. I'm assuming it's this. What else is there? Huh? Need this, by the way. Oh, there we go. Alright, nothing is happening. Let's go. Okay, cool. So we did that. Bullets are being created and moving in the correct directions. Expect halting the space will create a constant stream of bullets. We'll fix that soon. Expect the bullets pass through asteroids without any consequence. We'll fix that soon. Alright, cool. So here. Now, I probably need to. No, this should work regardless because I already have the player, right? Move, update, rotate, try. Rotate triangle, but the player is already inside of updatable, so it should work automatically. So why you know work? How's this little high game window, huh? Boop. Alright, nothing is being shot. It's being shot. To nano player. And then we do nano main. See if issues with your shooting implementation. Let me help you debug this step by step. Problem 1, variable scope issue. In your shoot method, you're trying to use keys, but it's not defined in that scope. What does that even mean? If keys spygame.k space self dot shoot. Okay. New shot equals shot, self position X. The keys variable only exists if your update in your update method. Oh. 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 Keys again.k space self dot nope. Shoot. Problem 2, missing shot update method. Your shot class can draw itself but can't move. What method do you think it needs? Ooh, wait, this should be shoot.move, right? Shoot.move? Shot.move, actually. Three, shots are not being added to groups. You created a shots group and set up the container, but your shots aren't being drawn or updated. What do you notice about how your shot class containers are set to compare to your other classes? Let's do 1 and 2 first. The right track. Moving the space. Check the update method. However, there are a couple of issues with this line. This has a problem. Calling shot.move on the class itself, but move is an instance method that needs to be called on a specific shot object. So with a shoot. You want to create a new shot when the spacebar is pressed, not move an existing one. What method should you be calling when the spacebar is pressed? Since you already wrote a method in your player class for this purpose. Also, I notice your shot class still needs an update method. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Okay, we'll talk about that. Shots can actually move. What do you think that method should be? I don't know, man. Okay, let's do self.shoot here, I guess. Self.shoot, I don't know. Now you're calling self.shoot when the spacebar is pressed. That's exactly right. However, I still see a couple of issues that need fixing. Issue 1, your shoot method still has that problematic code at the end. No, it doesn't. I can remove those. Your shot class still needs an update method. Right now, your shots are being created, but they can't move. What do you think the shot.update self-dt method should do? Shot.update self-dt should do to make the shots move based on their velocity. I don't know where to put that out. Oh, see. Oh. I did biceps yesterday. Oh, and this muscle is so fucking sore. Straighten. Oh, shit. Oh my god. Let's do that. Let's save. Yes. Let's go to nano main. And we want to add should I not put this in updatable too though? And here goes again. Laggy, laggy, laggy. Python 3 main.py. Yep, that didn't do shit. Okay. Shots. Correct. Here we didn't do anything. Nano player. What if your shot class still needs an update method? Means all the way down here, I need to do shot.update self pt to make the shots move faster based on their velocity. An update method. Shot is not defined. Yay. Remove those last two lines, dude. Like, are you okay there, Mr. Bear? Looking at your code, I can see you're making good progress. Ask you a question. What do you think happens to the new shot object after you create in the shoot method? Oh, yeah. It doesn't remember shit, right? Fucking memory loss bear. Great, I can see you've created the shot class and it inherits the circle shape as required. Your shoot method is also, however, I notice a couple of important things missing. Where is your shot class getting added to a group? As I mentioned, setting up a shots group in step 2. Does your shot class have an update method? Think about what a bullet needs to do each frame. It needs to move based on its velocity. I see you're defining shot but the lesson suggests adding it to your constant file. It is. Fuck off. We've been over this. I don't know where it says edit to constants, but whatever. Just a shot radius. Fuck off. Have you added shot radius and player shoot speed to a constant file? Can you think? Okay, here. Okay. Let me give you all the code I wrote so far. Player is this. Constant. Oh, fuck off, man. Holy fuck. You might be holding your bullets back from flying as they should. First, take a look at the constructs for both your player and shot classes. In Python, the special method for initializing is named with 2 leading and 2 trailing underscores. Does init look quite right? Nano player. Init looks quite right. Yes, thank you. Something else. Think about how Python expects to find the constructor for a class. Take a look at the constructors for both your player and shot. How did it copy paste it? Okay, whatever, it didn't paste it correctly. Fuck it, I don't care. Alright, once you did it sorted, let's think about how the shot objects are supposed to move. You're clearly set the velocity of the new shot. The player.shoot method. However, to have lost to actually do anything, the shot class itself needs a way to use it, to update its position over time. You mentioned that the shot class should look very similar to our asteroids class in that it will be drawn and have its position updated. Does the asteroid class update its position each game loop iteration? What method does it have that handles its movement, and what parameters does that method typically take? Your shot class will need a similar method to get those bullets moving. Nano asteroid dot py. This thing. This is what I need. Yes. Nano player. Okay. Fine. Update self pp. Excellent work. You have correctly identified the proper way to initialize a class in Python within it. Okay. Let's consider the flow of your game. You set up your shot class to update its position, but for that update method to actually run, the shot object needs to be included in the game's update loop. Take a look in main.py, especially the lines where you define shot containers, asteroid containers, place containers. Notice how asteroid and player are added to both updatable and drawable groups, and then how these groups are updatable and drawable. Okay. Nano main, we need to add shots to updatable and drawable. No, not like this. Piece of shit. Yep. That's not what I want. I want to copy this. Every shot object you create will now automatically be added to the shots updatable. This means your game loop, which iterates through updatable for updates and drawable for drawing, will now correctly handle your bullets. Now go forth and run your game. Please, for the love of God. Yes, save it. Python 3 main. Consistent use of tabs. I fucking love it when there is an inconsistent use of tabs. I want it. This. Oh yeah, dude. Let's go. Look at that. Oh yeah. Symmetrical. Oh. Game over. Man, I was just enjoying myself. Look at that. Oh yeah, baby. Let's go. Whoa. Fucking spray and pray, baby. Let's go. Spray and pray, motherfucker. Whoa, 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 whoa. Avoid it at all costs. It's really funny to me that GTA 1 and 2 is literally asteroids. Obviously, has cars and shit like that, but I mean, like, in terms of just, like, the way it hits targets and all that stuff, literally asteroids. How you shoot and everything like that. Literally asteroid. Okay. I never thought about it that way. I'm done with this step. But how close am I to a level up? Holy fuck. You probably noticed that the weapon on the ship is currently as overpowered as the original Zerg Rush. Come on, it wasn't that bad. It was pretty bad, but it wasn't that bad. Create a new variable on the player object to act as a timer. It should start with a value of 0. New variable on the player object. So nano player object, new variable. Wait, hold up. As a timer. Should start with a value of 0 when the player... Okay, so first of all, we do this. Timer equals 0. We start with that. Okay. When the player shoots, set the timer equal to a new constant. I called mine player shoot cooldown, use 0.3. Okay, so when you shoot, timer equals player shoot cooldown. Oh wait, cooldown. Prevent the player from shooting if the timer is greater than 0. Equals timer plus 0.3, I guess. The player from shooting if the timer is greater than 0. Player should set the timer equal to a new constant. And the player should. Player should set the timer equal to a new constant. All mine player should cool down, use 3. If player should cool down greater than 0, if I just return there should cool down equals 0. That won't work though. That would not work. Timer by DT every time update is called on the player. Minus DT. Time update is called on the player. prevent the player from shooting if the timer is greater than 0. If player shoot cooldown greater than 0, return none. Unlimited shooting cooldown, but there are a few things amiss in your approach. Let's reason through it together. Why do you think it's important to have a variable in your player object that keeps track of the cooldown rather than creating a local variable every time you shoot? Also, what would happen to your current cooldown timer if you set inside the shoot function each time instead of updating a persistent output in your player? Lastly, if you check if player shoot cooldown to return none after setting it, will you ever be able to shoot? You structure this logic to ensure the cooldown is tracked consistently across function calls. I don't know. Ponder this together. Have you noticed where your cooldown timer variable lives? How it changes over time? Currently, you have timer defined as the class level. This means every player, if there ever were more than one, would share the same timer. What happens if you make it an instance variable, maybe self.shootTimer, set it in your init. In your shoot method, you reset the cooldown every time you shoot. That's not what it asks me though. Create a new variable on the player object to act as a timer. It should start with a value of 0. Self.timer equals 0. Sure. Do it like that. Sure. So the timer. Okay. Where is the timer ever reduced or taken down with time passing? The instructions say to lower the value by dt each frame inside update. How to get side of update if self. No, that's not how you go about it. If self.player shoot cooldown is greater than 0, self.player shoot cooldown minus dt minus equals dt, but also turn none. And closer, I see you've added an instance variable self.timer, but you're mixed up the use of timers and constants a bit. Oh, dude, I mixed up my fucking life right now. Here's what should cooldown defined in your code. Should it be an instance variable? Are you checking the timer before shooting to prevent firing too rapidly? Are you decrementing the right variable in up? I don't know, man. I don't know. The cooldown, the amount of time before the next shot should be tracked on the player, so self.timer. Okay. Should only allow shooting return. No, I don't need return, do I? If self.timer greater equals to 0. Why am I putting it in a different location though? Should be a part of this. And self.timer less equals to 0. Should set self timer to your, okay, now here when I shoot, when you shoot, set self timer to your cooldown constant. Likely player should cool down from your constant. Self dot player should cool down minus equals d. Nearly there, let's reason through your code together. You now check if keys and self-timer. Excellent, that's the right approach for gating the shooting by a timer. However, inside that block you call self.shoot and then try to decrement. Self.player shoot cooldown is player shoot cooldown. Decrement this as an instance variable, or should you be using your timer? Self.timer. Okay, but then the timer should decrease by dt every frame, regardless of whether you shoot or not. When you shoot, you should set self.timer to your cooldown constant. When you should set self.timer constant, not decrement the cooldown itself. Set.timer equals self.player should cooldown, and then self.timer minus equals dt. Maybe? You're making progress. Let's think step by step. You now set self.timer equals self after shooting, which is correct. If player cooldown is constant, usually imported. Wait, what is this though? Self.timer plus 3. Hold up. This is wrong. This is 0.3. However, you then immediately subtract dt from self.timer in the same block. Do you see why this might not behave as expected? Immediately reduces your cooldown after shooting rather than decrementing once per update. Now, what if I do this plus dt? Would that not solve it? You're very close. You're making some small mistakes that limit your solution. Let's review carefully. Should be a constant from your constant file, not an instance variable on your player. Constant on your player should cooldown should be a constant from your constant files. Okay, so not from here. I'm gonna save yes. Nano constant. Player should cooldown equals 0.3. Okay. Nano player. Okay. Cooldown should be set to cooldown after shooting. Self timer must subtract by DT every frame, not only after shooting. Else. So we do else, and this is this. I moved should cooldown. A nice young coder moving data to your constant. Now you have self timer and P. But can you spot a subtle problem? Your timer only decreases when you're not shooting, because it's in the else block. That means when you shoot, you skip that frame of incriminating. How could you ensure that self timer happens in every update? Just take it outside of the if, I guess. Take it outside of the if. If set timer, self timer equals 0. Optional, flames the timer at 0 so it doesn't go negative. Sure, whatever. If set timer is less than 0, set timer equals 0. Okay, Python 3 main. Oh, set that timer. Set has no attribute. Timer. What did I use? Oh, self. Where did I set again? Jesus Christ, man. Time less, self time this, self. Okay. Self.player should cool down. Player object has no attribute. Player. I just remove the self then. Hey, look at that. We got a cooldown. We got a cooldown. Look at that shit. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Hit me. Okay. Git add star. Git commit added cooldown 2 shots. git log online. Added cooldown to shots. Added collision between south asteroids. Wait, did I not do added shots? The fuck? Whatever. Okay, next is probably gonna be adding the collision. Down with this step. Okay, so bullets are flying, but they don't do anything. Let's kill some asteroids. There are 3 types of asteroids: large, medium, small. When large asteroids are destroyed, should split into 2 medium asteroids. When a medium asteroid is destroyed, should split into 2 small. Oh my god, I remember this. Now collision check. So first of all, I need to do a collision. Add another collision check to the game loop. Loop over each asteroid, and for each asteroid, loop over each bullet. If a bullet and an asteroid collide, call the .kill method on both objects to return them from the game. Remove them from the game. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Another collision check to the game loop. For this is collide with asteroids. This is for shot in shots. If shot is colliding asteroid, shot.kill asteroid.kill. Collision object logic. Your code correctly identifies when a bullet collides with an asteroid and remove both objects using kill method. However, I notice you're missing the nested loops that the assignment asks for. The lesson wants you to loop over each asteroid. For each asteroid, loop over each bullet. Oh no, it's a double. Bullet asteroid pair. Your collision check logic is perfect, but where should this code be placed within the nested loop structure? Oh wait. It's because I didn't give him all of this, is that why? Just take this, fuck it. Here you go, buddy, just check that. Did you finish the game? We're getting there, bro. What's the problem here? I don't know. What is the problem here? What goes here? Oh, okay, so that's what you want to do? Oh, here, you're looping through all the shots, but asteroid isn't defined in this context. You're referencing an asteroid for shot in shots colliding. Okay. It doesn't exist at this point in the code. The sun asks for nested loops, 1 loop over. Okay, so for asteroid in asteroid. Okay, so let's. So we do this. Copy. Oh, copy this. We move it over here. Then we get rid of 1, 2, 3, 4. How about this? How about this guy? How about this, mother? There, see? Just like that. I don't know why I pasted it there, man. I'm already losing my mind, bro. I am fucking losing my mind. You're very close. Oh my god, bro. Did I get a message? My brain is fucking fried. I have the right idea with the nested loops, but there's an indentation issue that's preventing. Do I have an indentation issue? I don't feel like I do. Yes, I do with the if. Okay, there you go. There you go, brother. There you go. That's the loop structure. Okay, if it gives me those check marks, we're good. Okay. All right, so let's see. Python 3 main. Yeah, boo. Let's go. Get the fuck out of my face. There it is. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Let's go. Cleaning up the space. Let's fucking go, bro. Sniping all of these fuckers. Yeah, get out of my screen, yo. What are you? Get the fuck out of my screen, man. Who do you think you are? Right, collision, exit. Okay, so we're done with this. This was it, yeah. Collision check. Okay, the kill method is a feature built into Pygame. It will remove the object from all. Okay, cool. But now, okay, this was the assignment just for kill. Okay, so we're done with this. Now we need to split them. Fucker. This is where the fun part begins. Oh yeah, man. Nano main.py. Alright, cool. So basically what happens here, after we kill this guy, we also have to split the asteroid. If and that's all I got. If add a new split method to the asteroid class. It should immediately kill itself. Think about it. This asteroid is always destroyed and maybe will spawn new ones. If the radius of the asteroid is less than or equal, and this was a small asteroid and we are done. Otherwise, we need to spawn 2 new asteroids. Here's the game part of the challenge comes from the fact that large asteroids split into smaller. Okay, instead of calling asteroid kill in our game loop, let's call asteroid split. Oh, okay, so asteroid split. This is a new method we'll be writing on the asteroid class to start. Asteroid class. To start, let's just have the split method call itself self.kill. Like before. Oh, okay, I see. So the asteroid that is supposed to split currently is just gonna die. Okay, cool. This should keep the behavior the same as before, but give us the room to add our splitting logic. Add a new .split method to the asteroid class. Nano asteroid.py. Okay, we're adding a new asteroid method. Fine split. Okay. Okay, method to the asteroid class. It should immediately .kill itself. Think about it. The asteroid is always destroyed and maybe will respawn. If the radius of the asteroid is less than so I just add, I think just self, right? Okay. Immediately .kill. So self.kill. And then no, we do it. Yeah, because before we kill it, we want to split it. If self dot radius is, if the radius of the asteroid is less than or equal asteroid min radius, just return this was a small asteroid and we're done. Just return. Okay. if what is the min radius though? I do not know. Yes, we save it for now. Nano constant. Min radius 20. Okay, max radius, mid radius times asteroid kinds. Okay, so min radius is asteroid min radius. That is actually what it is called. Okay, good. If self radius is less or equal to asteroid min radius, just self.kill, we don't need anything else. Okay. When I forgot this. Okay, else, or elif actually, elif. Fuck me. We need to spawn 2 asteroid instructions below. Okay, we want new asteroids to move in new random directions. Cool. Arrows is our current velocity, and the dotted white arrow are the trajectory of the new asteroids. Import the random module. Use random.uniform to generate a random angle between 20 and 50 degrees. Be the blue angle on the I don't know, what did I just like import random? Import is it already part of the Pygame then? I guess it is. It's in Pygame. I don't know. That I guess. No. Else if random uniform to generate a random angle between 20 and 50 degrees. This will be the blue angle on the diagram. It's the rotate method. Oh god, I don't know, bro. If I need to create 2 new asteroids. If self.radius greater than asteroid main radius, and what's the medium one? Nano constants. The max radius. Main radius is 20. How do I? So it's between 20, 40, 60. Okay, so 20, 40, 60. Okay. I can just do 20. It's 20. Oh. less equals to 20. Greater than just 40. Right, that would solve that problem. Now we have to split them. Random.uniform generate random angle between 20 and 50 degrees. This will be the blue angle on the diagram below. And on the asteroid's velocity vector to create two new vectors that are rotated by random angle. Generate random angle between, okay, how do I use random.uniform? Return random floating point number n such as okay, random AB, so 2050 would be my thing. So random dot uniform 20 to 50. And random angle between random. This will be the blue angle. Okay. Use the rotate method on the asteroid's velocity. Okay, rotate method on asteroid's velocity. Nano. Fuck me, ls. Nano. I think it's. No. Just nano asteroid. Check where it was. Circle shape layer constants asteroid field maybe. Don't think so. Asteroid field. Eigenvector. Asteroid dot velocity equals velocity. Yeah, I did. I think I did this part right. Okay. Use the rotate method on the asteroid's velocity vector to create two new vectors. How do I create two new vectors? I need to spawn. I spawn asteroid position using the self position at that moment. We do asteroid equals asteroid equals, so use the rotate method on the asteroid's velocity vector. Asteroid dot velocity. What is the rotate method? Rotate. I don't not remember. The rotate has to be from the player thing. So go to player, use rotate, self dot rotate. Okay, but instead of self of the rotate method on the asteroid's velocity. Rotate dot no. Asteroid dot velocity no. Oh my god. How do I use it though? This will be the blue angle on the diagram above. Self.velocity.rotate dot random dot uniform self dot velocity dot rotate. Let's try. I don't know. Self dot velocity dot rotate dot random dot uniform 2050. Fuck it, throw it all in one line. It's split in opposite direction. Okay. Create two of these, I think. And then self dot velocity dot rotate dot random dot uniform 2050. But we also have to create their new size. Self dot radius now equals 20. Right. Ah, God. And see, you're working on the asteroid splitting logic. You're on the right track, but there are several issues. Several is a good start. Logic flow issue. You're calling self.kill only when the radius is small. Okay, yeah, like I'll oh my god, dude, like I didn't get there yet. Self.kill, there. Okay. So the self line that's incorrect syntax. You're trying to chain methods that don't work together this way. Thank you, I know. Missing imports. You'll need to import the random. Okay, like here. Here you go, brother. Here you go. Let's do it like that. Good progress. I can see you've added the import random and you're thinking about the logic. However, there's still. Okay, first let's fix the core logic now. Looking at the assignment instructions, what should happen to every asteroid when split is called, regardless of its size? Hint, think about it. It should be killed, okay? Second, about your condition logic. If self.radius less equals than 20 and L if equals than 40, as the radius is, say, 30. By the way, okay, so this is, by the way, this is 40. And then L if else, Jesus Christ, else, which is in between, self.radius equals 20. And we're still gonna do all of this. There. Christ, man. My issue is the rotate thing with the logic structure, but there are still some fundamental issues. Let me help you think through this step. The biggest issue, you're still not following the core instructions. The assignment says the asteroid should immediately kill itself at the very first action, regardless of size. Right now, you're only calling self-kill at the end of each branch. What should be the very first line inside your split method? Self.kill. Okay. So I don't need if. It's greater than 40. Do this. Oop, nope, that was correct. And I don't need this then. Else. Radius set to 20, and I don't need this. Okay, there. You're happy now. And you've got the first part right. Self-kill should indeed be the very first line. That's a big step forward. And let's work on the next issue, the small asteroid check. First, say if the radius of the asteroid is less than or equal to the asteroid minion, just return. Okay. There. You're missing this check. What would happen if the asteroid is too small to split? Else, turn. There, you can't have two else statement. Okay, just fucking just return, man. Just do it like this. Okay, there. Takes the syntax error now. Let's work on the logic. You're still missing the check for small asteroid right now. Your code tries to split all asteroids, but small ones shouldn't split at all. That's why I didn't fucking have it there. What should happen when self-radius the choice says just return? What does that mean? This is why I didn't want to do self.kill, you piece of fucking shit, man. I want to kill after because I need to fucking split it first. Oh, God. Oh my god, this is why I freaking I put self.kill after the if split so that I could split before I kill. I want to use the asterisk properties before killing it. That's actually smart thinking. Yeah, thank you! However, the assignment specifically says the asterisk should immediately kill itself. That's what I want to do, kill my fucking self. The first step, but you're absolutely right that we need to access the asterisk properties like self.radius, self.position, self.velocity before it is gone. Here's the solution. Store the values you need in local variables first. Then kill the asteroid like this. Old radius equals self.radius. Old position equals self.position. Old velocity equals self.velocity. Okay, now kill the asteroid. Cool. Right, now we use, instead of self, we use then, okay, cool. Old radius. So if old radius, good old radius, then the old radius is now 40, and the old velocity, and the old velocity, and the old, yeah, not whatever, put old, there it is. Okay, use old radius, old position. Okay, cool. There. Now how the fuck do I create? Great progress, you got the right idea, storing values. However, there are a few syntax errors. Yes, I know. Old radius should be old radius. Oh. Old. There, buddy. There you go. Okay. Mixing up the syntax. Old. Where do you see old radius? Oh my god, bro. For fuck's sakes. Okay, handle large asteroids, else handle medium asteroids. But what about small asteroids? The instructions said if the radius is less than 20, just return, don't create any new asteroids. That is exactly what happens if old radius is not greater than 40, 41 to 60, and else the what's else if oh my god if old radius greater than 20. You're adding the L which handles medium asteroids, but you're still missing the check for small asteroids. Look at your current logic. If all radius large asteroids. Well, if it isn't greater than 40, and it isn't greater than 20, the only thing left is 20 or under, which at that point it returns. Exactly, excellent logical thinking. If the radius isn't 40 and isn't over 20, then it must be 20, and your return statement at the end handles that case perfectly. Logic structure is actually correct. Now let's fix the remaining issues. You're still modifying local variables instead of creating new asteroids. All radius equals 40 just changes a variable. It doesn't create new asteroid objects. I know. I don't know how to do that. The syntax, old velocity, is still incorrect. I know. I don't know how to write it. Let me help you with the next steps. When splitting, you need generate a random angle. Okay, cool. Random angle equals, honestly, do I even, can't I just generate random angle? Do I have to keep typing it though? Random angle equals random dot uniform 2050. I don't think I need to write this at all. Create two new velocity vectors by rotating the old one. Old velocity dot rotate. Okay. Okay. Calculate the new radius for the small asteroids. Create two new asteroids. I don't know how to do 3 and 4. How do I do 3 and 4? Oh my god, man. You have a large asteroid with radius 80. The new radius would be new radius 80 minus 20. Okay, let's do it like that. Okay, sure. Minus equals 20. Okay, minus equals 20. Okay, then fine. New asteroid. Create new asteroid object. You create new asteroids the same way you'd create any object, using the constructor. Okay. New asteroid 1 equals asteroid old position, old velocity, new radius is random angle. And then we copy this, put that here. Yeah. How did you put it? Progress, I can see you're trying to implement the new asteroid creation, however, there are a few issues to fix. Still modifying old radius instead of creating a separate variable. New radius equals old radius. New radius equals old radius minus 20. Let's do more correct. Minus the minimum thing, right? Where is it? Minus asteroid min radius. Sure. Okay, you've created the asteroids, but you haven't set their velocities yet. After creating them, you need to create two rotated velocity vectors, one rotated by plus random and one by minus random. So this will be old radius. Then here we do new asteroid dot velocity equals negative random angle. And then for the second one, old radius, new asteroid dot asteroid 2, asteroid 1, velocity equals plus equals random angle. This one is minus equals. How about that? Do you like that? I have no idea. You're getting closer, but there are still a few issues to fix. Issue 1, the asteroid constructor takes xy radius, not position, velocity, radius. You need to extract the x and y from the position. Okay, so alt position x, alt position y, new radius. What? Why new radius? New radius, and then new asteroid. Issue 2, you're using old radius in the constructor, but you should use new radius, the small radius you calculate. Okay, cool. And then we do new asteroid velocity equals old new asteroid velocity equals old velocity dot rotate random angle. Okay. New radius, all velocity dot y, all velocity dot x, velocity equals old velocity dot rotate negative random angle. Is this right? Very close. Alt velocity y as should be alt position. Oh, alt position. Alt position y. Also missing the instructions say the to scale the velocity by 0.12 to make them faster. Does it? Where does it say that? Oh, here we go. Set the first velocity to the first new vector, but make it move faster by scaling it up. Okay. So we gotta just add the velocity times 1.2 times 1.2. Okay. Alright. Good times. Now, do I call these the same though? Or do I call them something else? Excellent, you've got the structure almost perfect now. I can see you have implemented both cases, large and medium, correctly. I notice there are just some small issues to clean up. One, in the elif block for medium steroids, you're missing the velocity assignment for new asteroid. In the elif, new radius, random angle, new asteroid 2, velocity, new asteroid 1. How am I missing this? I'm not missing this, am I? It's fucking La La Land. One, one, two, two, one, one, two. Wasn't missing, it was in just fucking La La Land. Your split method looks complete now. You have successfully implemented. Okay, cool. This is the split. Nice. Okay. But now we need to fix. Create a new asteroid object with the current asteroid position with the new radius. Set that. Do the same for the second asteroid, but with the second new vector. Run the game and make sure. Okay, but nano main shot kill asteroid that split self dot kill. I feel like I need to remove self dot kill here, no? We'll see in a second. Python remain. Tabs and spaces. Obviously, yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Aha! Name self is not defined. Nano main. Just gonna not put anything in here, maybe. Main radius is not defined. Your sister is not defined. What do you mean it's not defined? Of course it's defined. Circle shape import from constants. Import this. Oh shit! Let's go. Bam, 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 bam. Oh. Don't hit me, motherfucker. Whoa. whoa, it's getting too close. No! Game over. God. Alright. Splitting. Submit your repo. Here we go. Finish with your game, by the way. Not finished yet. We need to git add star git commit asteroids, destroying asteroids, destroying / splitting asteroids. Okay, cool. Once you're finished with your game, put it up to GitHub, then submit the link to your project. Your link should look something like this: repo name. Enjoyed the project, had a scoring system. We've done all the required steps, but if you'd like to make the project your own, here are some ideas: scoring system, implement multiple lives and respawns, an explosion effect for the asteroids, add acceleration to the player's movement. Yeah, the sprint triangular hitbox instead of a circular one. Jesus. Add a shield power up, add a speed up power up, add bombs that can be dropped. Have fun with it, and make sure to share any improvements you make with us in the Discord community. Okay, so I need to upload this now. Git push. Git remote add URL. So I need to. Okay, so I need to go to Git first. Nope. My repositories. We are doing new. We are calling it asteroids. Basic asteroids game. Create. Okay. Git remote add specify the URL from the command line or configure a remote repository using the and then push using git remote add asteroids. Okay, git push asteroids. Set upstream, git push set upstream asteroids. Current branch main has no upstream branch. To push the current branch and set the remote as upstream, use this. To have this happen automatically for branches without it tracking upstream, see push.out. Okay. Asteroids, this, that. Okay, let's see if the pi is correct. Same one right now. Split. Yeah, okay. So this is up to date. Cool. All right, we got it onto our Git. Oh, fuck, bro. Actually done with this shit. Link. Run all checks. Hey, claim my 4000 XP, baby. Let's go level up. And we got the chest. Brain melted. We'll have to repeat. Skip. 5-star. I'll give it 4-star. Honestly, not a fan. Skip. Okay. Nice. All right, we got our chest for the day. This took me 7.5 hours. Oh my fucking god, man. And I will have to redo this as well. So we are... God, 18, bro. 18 assignments. In 18 assignments, took me 8 hours. Holy fuck me. And developer path. Start learning. What is functional programming? What? Learn functional programming in Python. Oh wait, this is where... Okay, that's where we are. Activate XP potion. Jesus. Functional programming in Python. This is the next one. This is the next one. Alright, fuck man. I am done. Oh my god. My brain. What time is it? 7:40. About time to go to sleep. Eat, sleep, go to pool, repeat. Oh fuck, I don't know if the... Oh shit, by the way. I need to check the pool time.